All right. Looks like
Is that
we
a cauldron mug?
live.
It is.
I'm very excited.
Yes.
So we're
Love it.
streaming live on YouTube right now. So I almost don't want to admit this was one of the Target end cap specials, but it definitely was.
Good for you.
That is perfect.
Listen, you can find magic anywhere if you're looking hard enough, right?
True.
Excited.
Yes. Okay, welcome to PanParacon Day 3, our final day. Got some awesome stuff today. Yeah, happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday. This has been a full weekend of awesome people and just like kind, compassionate people in the paranormal and occult communities who just like come together to talk about the weird stuff that they love, which to me is very important.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got a couple people watching.
We're live on the site.
Amazing. Then I will start promoting that as much as possible. Well, we have a couple minutes before it officially starts.
Ooh, I need more caffeine. I was like, oh my goodness.
Never enough.
As I was saying earlier, like I've got my caffeine, I've got my Lexapro, I am ready. I've masked all my anxiety. It's great.
And it's still morning though too.
I mean, for me, yes, but what is time? As we've talked about this entire conference,
right? One of our recurring themes for the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Time? What is time?
What is life? Have fun. That's all that matters. Go. And we're getting more people in.
Okay, great. Very excited.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
All right, so starting with divination today. I'm excited.
I'm excited. So as this panel idea started evolving, and I was able to get Cassandra and Izzy. I kind of love the fact that I could talk about like joy in the tarot. That was really my motivation for helping create this conference was, having a space for, like I said, joy from diverse walks of life. Like so much of the paranormal and the paranormal community and the occult community is misogynistic and anti-trans and anti-queer and racist, and it not necessarily overtly so, although sometimes, and then sometimes very coded in the language that they use. Like there's a film out right now that's trying to get funded and they're talking about the globalist Romans. It's like, we all know what you're talking about, friends. Like, and like, again, the paranormal spaces, weird spaces, occult spaces, to me, that's for everyone. And especially reading through Queering the Tarot and Cassandra, hearing you talk about like queering spaces and radicalizing spaces. Because again, I study, my minor was women's and gender studies. I worked in the women's and gender studies department at DePaul. Like queering things, radicalizing things has been part of my lexicon for 20 years. And so bringing that discussion to, as I said to the both of you, like I have a list of questions, whichever way you want to take this, as political, as apolitical, as metaphysical, as mundane as you want. Like I'm just very excited to talk to the both of you. So like I'm willing to follow wherever you want to lead. Yeah. I guess since it is 11, I guess I'll do like proper introductions for the two of you. So Izzy, Isabella Rotman, aside from being a friend of mine, is also an incredible artist. She's created the, yeah, tough. You're gonna get me telling you how awesome you are. You can turn off your camera if it's too cringy for you. She's created the This Might Hurt tarot, which I have in front of me and I use regularly. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's the one.
I encourage you all, I'm not just shilling for my friend, I encourage you all to purchase this tarot deck. As soon as I started working with it, I felt a connection to it. And not just because I know so many of the people who were included in that deck.
You also partially inspired it. I mean, you were one of the first people that got me into tarot, one of the first people that read for me that in a way that resonated. And yeah.
I'm honored. I'm going to cry now. The fact that I could be anyway involved in the creation of this like truly magical piece is
and half your friends are in it.
Right. Exactly. It's a true honor for me. Izzy is also a cartoonist and artist and has written various guides to consent for teenagers and like zines about safe sex and also like foraging. I have many of them. Like just an incredible artist.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Of course. Cassandra is a tarotist, a theater writer, a writer. They have written 2 books, Queering the Tarot and Queering Your Craft. They are a radical activist, which again is very important. I think it's important to have these discussions in these spaces and expose people to these ideas, especially since so much of the paranormal can be shockingly narrow-minded for people who believe in fairies and witchcraft and Bigfoot and UFOs, that they have trouble with anything outside the gender binary. And just a note before we get started. So Cassandra, in Queering the Tarot, you use the acronym LGBTQQIP2SA+, which stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, pansexual, two-spirit, asexual, and anyone else who identifies as not straight, not cisgender, or both. Your shorthand in the book is queer. When I use queer, I am referring to that longer acronym.
Right.
Again, I want this to be as inclusive as a conversation as possible. I don't want anybody to feel like their identity is being erased, but we are exploring all genders and gender identities and sexualities and relationships here. Like all are welcome. So yeah, I guess to get started, I would love to hear both of you talk about your journey to the tarot. So I don't know which one of you wants to get started, who's chomping at the bit.
Why don't you go first? I know that you were involved in tarot before I was, so I'd love to hear your journey.
Yeah, so it's wild. I'm 36 now, and I started in some form with tarot when I was 18, which means at this point it's been literally my whole adult life and literally half of my entire life. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. And then thinking about the origins of it, it's wild just because I feel like I've been like 15 different people since then. But I grew up primarily in South Carolina. We moved there when I was very young. And I was at a very small Baptist college in North Carolina. And I was really struggling. I was struggling in part because I was in the closet and in part because of trauma. A lot happened to me that year that was really, truly horrible. And some of it I'm still in therapy for. And the places I was being told to look for answers, down in the Bible Belt, were just not providing them, and they weren't helpful. And I felt like in some ways I was being ostracized because of things that had happened to me. Like purity culture is really big down there, and I do feel like there was a lot of victim blaming because of some stuff, and that was really hard. And so I almost had 2 lives. I had those friends, but then I also had my theater friends. I was a theater major, and they were much more into, I would say, experimenting more so than like hardcore, like witchcraft or paranormal or anything. And then one night, almost as a joke, someone handed me a deck and was like, "You're psychic, you read these." And I had never even held a tarot deck before, and I had never called myself psychic. So that whole experience really freaked me out. And I was like, I was just like, "I'm what now? You want me to what now?" And I was like, really? And they're like, "Yeah, you're always telling us what's going to happen right before it does." And that was just always something I did and didn't think about it.
Writing that down.
Yeah.
Like someone, and it was little things because we were like 18-year-old, but it was, they would be like, "Oh, I studied so long for the test," and I'd be like, "I didn't, that test is going to get canceled." And then sure enough, it would be canceled, and they were like, what? And so yeah, but anyway, I say all that to say I felt something when I touched the cards. And then it kind of freaked me out, but my roommate at the time had a tarot deck. And so I kind of would like, I don't know. I would never do this now. I don't think you should use people's stuff without their consent, for the record. But at 18, when she wasn't there, I would like pull out her deck and play with it and look at the book. And then as soon as she came back, I was like, nothing happened. But I really started finding, I wouldn't say I found a lot of the answers I was looking for, but I found a lot of the comfort I was looking for. And I found a lot of the hard truths I was looking for. And then if I'm being honest, I also wanted something to do or to look at or to think about that was not my studies, that was not all of the horrible things that had happened to me. And that was not the stuff I felt like I was hiding or lying to people about, like my gender and sexuality. And I don't know. So part of it was like this huge healing, like transformational thing for me. And it was also something fun to do that wasn't school or trauma processing.
Right.
Even though it was sometimes trauma processing.
Well, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It kind of is
wasn't
trauma
always-
processing though.
Yeah,
It is.
it wasn't
Deeply
always.
so.
Yeah. And you know, it was also the hard truth that I needed at the time. Like, it was very, I think in the beginning, because I was hiding a lot from people close to me, it was, the deck was almost very doomsday. It was very like, I was getting the Queen of Swords and the Tower all the time. And I was just like,
Yeah.
a lot of the messages were like, the truth about everything is going to come out anyway. So you might as well, like, whatever, which was what I needed. And so that was a really long answer to say that I still didn't really fully devote myself until I graduated. And that was more of a spiritual calling. By then I had completely transitioned into witchcraft and paganism and polytheism. And it was just like a really strong urge. And then at that point too, I was so overwhelmed and exhausted through college that a lot of that innate psychic ability kind of went, it just wasn't as present because I was just so exhausted all the time. I didn't have energy to think about what was for breakfast, let alone what was going to happen at breakfast. And so once I was out on my own a little bit, I was rested. I had like a flood of psychic activity and I wanted something to channel it through. And so that's when I really kind of devoted myself. And then one thing I always think is cool to talk about when we talk about tarot is it's actually a really good way. People are like, "Oh, I'm afraid it would unlock something," but for me, and I won't be able to put it down. For me, it was actually the opposite. And I was able to manage like day-to-day intuition because it was like my brain knew when we had the deck out, that was the time.
Oh, that's great.
Oh.
To help put like
Otherwise-
boundaries around that. Yeah.
Yeah. And otherwise, they should let me live. I don't know who the they is in this capacity. My own brain, I don't know.
Of
But
course, yes.
so that was really long. I promise all my answers won't be that long, but it was kind of a twisted journey to get me here.
Of course. I mean, first of all, you two have the 2 hours, right? Like I said, I'm basically here to facilitate a space for the two of you to talk and to talk about your journeys and your work and all of that. So again, feel free to talk as much as possible, as much as you want. That space is yours. And just like a quick note, like, of course it took you a while to evolve in that journey. Like my mother is evangelical. And even today, she's like I taught a class on tarot and creativity. She was like, are the cards demonic? I was like, no, Mom. Like it takes a lot to deconstruct all of that inside yourself before you can kind of be open to your natural gifts and like who you are.
Yeah, when I even have chosen family in the South, like literal chosen family who like send me money on my birthday and stuff, and we literally just do not talk about my career. Like we just do not talk about it. Like
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. And sure, I mean, they'll be like, oh, what are you up to? And then I tell them, and then they're like, okay.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
So Izzy, do you talk about your journey to the tarot?
I feel like it isn't as like deep as
it doesn't have to be. It's just we all have our journeys, right?
Yeah,
and the right reason to read tarot is because you want to. Like
right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so I started reading tarot. I mean, for a while I sort of had this idea about tarot that you really sort of had to essentially be a psychic to read tarot. And I didn't think that I was. And there were a few people in my life that I felt like, and Vanessa, you were one of them, were like, oh, maybe that person actually is a psychic though. And I'll let that person read tarot for me, but it's not like something I can do. But I was always interested in it, and I started doing other witchy activities with my dear friend, who I won't mention because we're on YouTube Live, I think.
Yes, this will be saved too, unless the two of you are like,
I haven't shared it with them, so I'm just going to say my friend. So
perfect.
And we were sort of on this journey together. We do full moon rituals on my roof and whatnot, and at a certain point, we've got tarot decks, and I think it was my birthday that I did my first reading, and I was like trying to do a Celtic cross, and I had no idea what was going on. It was just too much. I don't recommend anyone start with a Celtic cross the first reading that they do.
I would not suggest a 10 card spread to just start.
Right, or like three. Three cards is good.
3 is very good. That's manageable. Yes.
Right. I still prefer to start with 3, but so I'm a visual artist. I draw and I'm an illustrator, and I started getting really interested in the imagery of tarot because it's absolutely incredible. Like the symbolism and the repetitive use of symbolism in different cards that mean the same thing, and all these layers of meaning. And I've always been a person who learns by like doing a little project about it, like I'm in school. So I wanted to learn the cards, and just like reading the books wasn't really working for me. So I started drawing them, which escalated really, really fast into making a full 78 card deck that I was taking very, very seriously, and ended up like putting on Kickstarter, and it took me through years. And I made a deck, but I really made the deck and learned how to use the deck at the same time. So yeah, I mean, by the end of it, I feel very good about reading for myself and other people, and I love it. And I feel like I really know the cards because that is how I learned. But I think sometimes people think because I made a deck that my experience with tarot has been like longer than it actually has.
Yes.
Because they were happening at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, so I started at the time, like a lot of illustrators and cartoonists have been drawing tarot imagery because it's so rich and incredible. Mm-hmm. And I had noticed that in a lot of decks, like the artist would start with the major arcana, and then they would get better at drawing.
Right, they got a rhythm for it.
Right. And
Yeah.
the final result, it was like the major arcana cards were the least interesting in the deck
Uh-huh.
because they did them first and then improved. So I started with the minors. I pulled a card to see what I would draw first, and it was the Ace of Cups, which felt so good because it was like,
Yeah.
oh, an emotional opportunity, and that's what this project's going to be for me.
How auspicious. I love it.
Isn't that cool? It really
Yeah.
is. Yeah, it really is special what happens. And so, yeah, so I drew the suit of cups, and then I went through one suit at a time through the minors, and then did the majors last, and put it on Kickstarter. It came out officially October 2019. And so I've been self-publishing and reprinting the deck since then. Haven't done another Kickstarter, just using funds from selling the deck. And it's really been huge for me. And it's just amazing to see other people's readings with the deck. I mean, Cassandra included, and maybe especially. It's awesome, like to see what people are doing with it online and whatnot, and which cards they connect to. And yeah, it's been very, very exciting. And what I really wanted to do with this deck, which now I think there's a few decks that do this, but when I first started working on it, I felt that there weren't really, was I wanted to create a deck that reflected my world. I'm a queer person living in America, and I wasn't seeing a lot of decks that were showing the vast array of people that are in my personal life. And now I do. Now there's Modern Witch Tarot and a few others that really like also do that in a really, really wonderful way. But at the time, that was really my goal. And I think the main way that I went about trying to do that was including a lot of real people in the deck. So I would say like all of the court cards and a few other minors are all real people. And I do think that's kind of what makes the deck work. Like a lot of times people will be like, oh, like I love that you included like this type of person. And I'm like, well, that's just my, that's just my friend. Like,
right.
I didn't choose her because she fills any sort of like demographical niche. Like she's a real person.
Yeah.
Right.
And I
exactly.
hope that so I hope that when people connect to the deck because they see themselves in it, it's because it actually is real. It's not like my idea of what real would look like if I was making it up.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think that speaks to, so I have a couple thoughts about this because I think that speaks to like the authenticity of working with your deck because, as I mentioned at the top, like the idea of like love and joy, like that's why I was so happy to talk to the both of you because that resonates through both of your work, right? This idea of like tarot is healing, tarot is a joyful thing, tarot is change. Even Cassandra, like when you write about the death card, right? And I have it like highlighted, right? Like the ecstatic joy of the new change, the new beginning. And like Izzy, it's so funny what you're talking about, like this idea of people expect, like I feel like too in like the witch community, occult community, they're talking about like lineages and like long practices, and like for some people that's a true thing, but like you did basically an intense magical study when you were working on the tarot, so it makes complete sense to me that you feel and are fluent in the tarot now because you did all this research, you were like steeped in it. And like, not only that, because you're prolific, but like you were working a lot on that very intensely. So that's really, I don't know, it's beautiful. So I like, again, Cassandra, you've talked about in Queering the Tarot, like opening up interpretations of cards for queer people, are there any cards that specifically, and this is for both of you, that like mean something very specific and that means something outside of traditional interpretations?
Yeah, I think so. When I'm talking about reading for other people, I think I almost have two different answers that are just like totally different. But when I'm reading for other people, I think I'm most well known for by my clients and stuff for my take on the devil, which is not necessarily necessarily a bad card, and one about how actually that deep sensuality, that deep connection or desire for indulgence, the idea of desire itself, like these are not negative things. And I feel growing up in the Bible Belt, especially, that it was being raised in that setting that like had me convinced that it was bad for a long time. And it was another card I kept getting in those early days that actually took a really long time to get through to me, for me to really reach that understanding of it and find it. And that's not to say that, you know, as queer people or marginalized people at all, that we're not like in the clear. Like we're still going to struggle with some of the stuff that is shadow side of the devil, but I feel like that card can be a celebration of the like shadow side of life, or whatever you want to call it. Which is so wild to me that in a lot of books that card is still negatively aspected, because why are we all here in the occult, in the, like, if that's what we think, like what are we doing here? And then I would say yeah, I would say the flip side of that is there is a very modern sort of new age love and light desire to rewrite the death card as one that is not hard or scary, that is about rebirth. And like there are so many cards in the tarot deck that mean rebirth that I'm like, why do we have to do this? And so the answer is because people are afraid of that hard stop, that hard ending, that this is final. And so I think the other thing my clients really like is if the death card is sitting there and things are not looking great, I'm like, yeah, that is the end. And I don't try to reframe that for them, because we need to hold space. I know one of the things you and I had talked about in the emails was tarot is an option for healing, but we cannot heal if we're not holding space for all of our emotions, especially the really difficult ones. And I think that's one thing that I, and probably you, love about Isabella's deck as well is, I mean, it's literally called the This Might Hurt Tarot. Like, you know, you're going to get some hard, firm messages. And so, but that's so often what we need. And I would say for me personally, I just love the Cups card so much. I'm a double Pisces with a Cancer rising. And so
Woof. You're right. So many feelings.
It is. Well, it is. And it doesn't help that like my Mars and Venus are both Aries. And so I get like very fired up about my feeling. I'm like, it's like hard for me to come down and ground at the end of the day if like literally anything has happened. It's like, we all have our ongoing, you know, struggles in our practice, but mine is not flying off the handle and then crying because I yelled at someone. But it's a real struggle. It's a real problem. But so I say all of that to say, with that, and then also I will often say that I'm non-binary or genderqueer just to like make it easier for people, but my gender is really fluid. And I think those Cups court cards walk me through that so beautifully, especially when you do the work with a deck to sort of take ideas of gender out of them, and they instead just, I don't know, I love just putting them in a circle and just kind of seeing where that goes, and exploring that sort of with those cards. And so those are ones that are really personal to me. And then with all of my trauma and everything too, it's compounded with the fact that like I know that I can very much be that very like very sensitive King of Cups, whatever. And so I feel like my ongoing goal is actually to, at my full evolution, hit that Page of Cups and be in that space kind of all the time again, since I didn't really get that growing up. And so those are ones that are really personal to me. And I don't necessarily read that way for clients unless they need that. But for me, that's sort of the ones.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I find that I mean, I don't have tarot clients the way that you do, and I'm not a professional tarot reader. But for a long time, I've been reading for friends, and recently I started reading for charitable donations at the local farm stand, um, which has been
Love it.
very fun. They like put like fairy lights in a forsythia bush for me, and we like sit in the bush together.
That sounds amazing.
It's pretty cool, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we raised a little bit of money. It was nice.
That's
So
good.
but I have found in my limited experience reading for other people that yes, I do like you were saying, Cassandra, like have certain cards that mean certain things to me. But then when I'm reading for other people, it doesn't usually feel right to have it mean that thing for the right. And then you kind of revert back to your more general idea of the card, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things like that. Like Vanessa, do you mind if I share what you told me about the Hierophant
Oh,
card?
you go right ahead. Yeah, of course.
So the where did I put it? Oh, the Hierophant card. This is my Hierophant card. This is a card I struggled with when I was learning and drawing. So it's happened at the same time. And I remember like reading all the things about how it's, organized religion and more broadly like organized things. And I was like, I don't really care. And then a little bit about like following a path that's been laid before, and sometimes there's a lot of benefit to like following a path that already exists, and like people have done it over and over, maybe because it's a cool thing to do and it worked. And I was like, okay, that's more interesting, but I'm still like, this is going to come up for me and I'm going to just be like, oh, I don't. And I remember talking to Vanessa about it, and you said that when the Hierophant card comes up for you, it means a thing that cannot be changed.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh, there it is. That's how I read this card. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And, I asked you if I could put it in my guidebook, and I actually ended up not putting it in my guidebook because I read it that way in a tarot group that I go to, and they were like, I don't know, Izzy, like, what if someone is like, this card comes up and they're like, maybe they're part of a religion that makes them feel like repressed, and then you say it can't be changed, that could be harmful. And I was like, okay. So then that became a card where it was like, okay, this is how I read it for me, because I love it and Vanessa said it and it felt right, but I'm not going to put that in the guidebook.
Yeah.
And so I do kind of love that sort of like, okay, this is a special thing the card reads for me, and then that's not how I'm going to read it for everyone. And I think that's my favorite of that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you for saying that.
Of course.
Vanessa, never mind.
Listen, it's thanks and joy for all of us. Again, I'm like filled with so much excitement right now to talk to the both of you about tarot.
Yeah, this is very fun.
This is so good.
And a few other like alternate meanings sort of came out for me in my card, where one of the goals of my deck was to remove all or most references to Christianity, because I'm not Christian. So like the Judgment card was really hard, because the Judgment card is essentially the rapture, and this idea of what, how you are judged upon your death. And I ended up going with Anubis, weighing the feather of truth against a dead soul's heart, which in is the Egyptian belief that is what happens to like judge if you go into the afterlife or not, whatnot. And we have these like little souls behind him that are doing various things that contribute to the weight of the heart. So in my head now, this card became very much like, if you were to die today, if you believe in a greater power, do you like what they're seeing in you? And if you don't believe in a greater power, do you like what you're seeing in you looking back? And that's sort of my shorthand for the Judgment card now, is like, okay, it comes up like, are you happy where you're at if it all ended now? And how do you want to change it?
Yeah.
Which I think is really close to the traditional meaning, but hopefully getting there in a way that's not so Christian.
Yeah. I love that. I read that card too a lot with sort of, that's like, you put it in better words. A lot of times if a client gets that, I don't know, I'll be like, are you living up to the ideals that you set? Like, that are you living up to your values? I think especially we touched on activism too, and I think that's sometimes a call out, like, are you really doing anything this week?
Exactly.
Like, you tell people you are. So yeah, but you put it in much prettier, more concise words.
Well, yeah. And I never would have if I hadn't had to write a guidebook.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
You get really clear about what all the tarot
Yeah.
cards mean to you and in general when you have to like write it out for somebody else. Yeah.
Right. And I got to do that kind of twice because I would write it all out for my colorist, Addison Duke, because he wasn't familiar with tarot. And then I would write the guidebook, which was kind of just editing what I'd written for Addison.
Of course.
Oh, that's so cool though. Yeah.
Yeah, because I wanted him to know what every card meant, because he was gonna change and affect the meaning by the colors he chose.
Right.
And I just wanted to put out the Emperor card for me. Like, for other people, I read it in all the many ways it could be read, like your dad, your father figure, putting order in your life. But for me, it is almost always the patriarchy.
Same.
Yes.
And I actually will read it for other people, because what I'll say is, like, I feel like there are systems in place that aren't serving you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, and again, I think that like speaks to the power of like the kind of the radical aspect of tarot, like when people who are marginalized reclaim a thing and then redefine what this means. Because Cassandra, you mentioned the devil, and in your book too, you talk about like, okay, what really is the devil? And is that like the repressive systems out there that have taught us that we are bad for who we are?
Yeah.
Or right, exactly. Because and especially too, like politically, I'm very pro joy, pro liberation. Like I think there is a radical alchemy in joy and love, because it's so anti the repressive capitalist patriarchal misogynistic, like racist system that we live in, that if you can claim joy and you claim a power and you are affirming an internal experience that so many external systems want you to believe is bad and wrong. Yeah. So that's another thing. Again, so happy to talk to the both of you, because there is that like alchemical power in the work that both of you are doing in general, but also specifically with tarot.
Thank you.
Of course. Again, I have been looking forward to this so much. I'm so glad to be talking with the both of you. So we've talked about a little bit like tarot being kind of sassy with us sometimes, like I also have that experience. I get the same cards over and over again, because whatever is either out there or in here is letting me know, like, hey, you're not paying attention. This is very clear. We're going to get sassier with you.
Stop rephrasing the question.
Yes, exactly. My favorite too is when the tarot just refuses to answer the question anymore. It's like, you're not focusing on the important thing, so I'm going to tell you what you should be focusing on.
Yeah.
So again, like talking about the tarot in terms of like healing, and again, because I'm making this political, in terms of like healing the trauma of being marginalized and dealing with multiple marginalizations. Like what does the tarot have in your life, like that aspect, that healing aspect?
I think it really runs the gamut from like the day-to-day functioning of just like, how do I exist in this world today, to those sort of bigger questions more about living up to our ideals. My favorite way to use the tarot is to like actually come up with action steps or ideas or plans. And so I think for me, one of its most important functions in that capacity is like, okay, what is my place in the grander movements that are happening, especially the ones that like I'm very white and like, how can I help end white supremacy without, speaking over the people that should be speaking, etc. And I think tarot's really good at helping you find that. There's some really cool opportunities for support in Minneapolis. Like you can be someone who picks up ice at restaurants and takes it to homeless encampments. And I've literally gotten like cards with ice on them. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's time to rejoin Ice Block and stuff, which is what it's, and stuff like that. And so I think it's really good at stuff like that. That is both the day-to-day, but also like, okay, that's what my role is and that's what that means. And I can just keep an eye on what that looks like moving forward. Yeah, I think those are really it's like the day-to-day and the bigger, like, what is my place in this? And it's so radically different, right? When I'm asking the tarot about white supremacy, it's like, it shows me what a support role can really look like. And when I'm asking about queerness or disability or fat liberation, obviously it puts me much more kind of in control of where I go and what I do. And so, I don't know, I also just think for people who have some, but not all marginalizations, it can be both really empowering, but also really humbling when you are working with other communities that aren't yours. So that's some of my answer.
I love it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, everything Cassandra said, I absolutely agree with. It is fantastic for those kinds of questions and finding your place. In an extremely straightforward way, I've used it to raise money, which I think is something that I felt a high demand for. So I think other people could do as well if they wanted to. Amateur tarot readers, especially, I think you're more free to use something as a fundraising tool when it is not your income. So absolutely not putting pressure on anyone whose career is tarot to do anything like that. But something I noticed while I was doing that, especially in the pandemic, was that like people would cry a lot when I was giving them tarot readings. And when I say during the pandemic, I actually just mean all the time, because the pandemic's still going on. People would cry a lot, and it wasn't necessarily because I said anything hard. Like, it wasn't like we pull the tower and I tell them what I think it means and they cry. Like, they would just start with their question, and I'd pull like one card and crying, and it was a lot. And I think after a few of these readings, I was like, oh my God, I don't think most people have someone who listens to them. I think a lot of these people are crying simply because there's a human being listening to them talk about what they're going through. And that's it. Yes. And the tarot cards don't even necessarily need to be there. That's just kind of our excuse for me to listen to a stranger and go through it. So I really think that's the most powerful thing that I've gotten out of it so far, with reading for other people, I really don't think most people have someone who listens to them. Maybe most is a strong word. Like, at least 30%.
It's accurate. Yeah, I'm going to say most also. Yeah.
And just like telling someone who they know isn't going to tell anyone else, and who isn't like, has no skin in the game, that they're having this particular issue that they're asking the cards about was huge. And it didn't really matter what I did other than listen and pull cards after. Does that happen to y'all?
Oh yeah,
all the time. Yes, yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
People. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cassandra.
No, I was just gonna say, I do think it's that, and then so often a lot of those readings will be like reminding them that they have a support system, and they'll just be like, really seemingly upset about it. But I also know firsthand that is really difficult to deal with if you have not traditionally had that.
Yeah,
absolutely. When I start. So the way I read is that I typically just have somebody shuffle the cards and put their question and intention into the cards, and then I just do the reading. Like I don't want to hear the question until I've seen the cards, because I was raised to be a people pleaser. I know that's in me to like give people the answer that they want.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to
Yep.
see the cards just fresh, right? And then as soon as I've seen the cards, the people can tell me what their question is. Some people never do. But I love it when I just talk about maybe the first card, the second card, and then people are like, okay, let me tell you what my question was. This already lines up with what I asked. And then
Oh,
when I
yeah,
give
that
their
feels good.
feedback, I can connect with them more that way. But that is something that I love about tarot and doing tarot readings for people, is that therapeutic aspect.
Yeah.
Because Izzy, I would agree with you. I think most people don't have a real support system. They don't have people who really listen to them, and they don't have people who really see them. So I'm a stranger. They might not even know my last name, but I'm reading these cards and talking to them about what these cards mean, and it's resonating so much and so deeply with them, and they feel seen and heard in a way that is so meaningful to them, that so many people have ended up just telling me like deep aspects of their life story, or have said, I mean, I get this in general when people are like, I've never told anyone this before. Like, yeah, I've been getting that since I was 5, but it's fine.
You're shockingly willing to tell me very personal.
Yeah.
Very personal, yes.
I'm always like, are you sure?
Right? Like, this will go in a vault. I will keep it safe, but this is,
Right.
you're like, you are giving me a lot right now. Like,
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat this, but also, are you sure?
Are you sure? Always. I'm always so mindful of people's boundaries. I'm like, is this okay? Are you still okay? Are we
So
okay?
much more mindful than they are of their own.
Yes. Well, again, because I think there is that, there's that desire. Again, I like I said, politically, like we all get alienated from each other and our own feelings because of capitalism and because of other systems of oppression, right? And so when you have somebody who, especially in a tarot reading, you're just one-on-one with them, you're connecting with them, you're talking with them, you're really seeing them. You're not talking about like anything else. You're not bringing up your own stuff either. And they just are, again, I think their hearts sing in a way that they aren't necessarily allowed to in other aspects of their life. Yeah. I see that too. Again, I make chainmail. I teach chainmail jewelry classes, and I have for the past 14 years.
Cool, and
this
you Google
point.
it immediately.
Yeah. And it's like, people, when you engage with them in a certain way, they come alive. When there are certain ways that people are, again, alienated from themselves, and if you just give them that space, they come alive in ways that they haven't felt probably since they were kids, and they could just run around and play outside. And so I guess talking about that too, like as an I mean, Izzy, this was specifically for you, but this can be for the both of you. Like, how does your work as an educator like inform your work with the tarot?
Well, my education is almost entirely through books and through like creating materials that people read to educate themselves or that other people use to educate. So I very rarely work one-on-one with students, like very rarely, if at all. But I do think that like making those kinds of materials have taught me a lot about representation and how people want to see themselves. And I think that a lot of marginalized groups, queer people especially, have become very, very good at making things that weren't made for them work for them. And like adapting them in their head, and queer people are really, really good at that. And I think that I've seen that firsthand with the queer community, but I think a lot of communities are probably also really, really good at that in ways that I haven't witnessed firsthand. But what I've learned with creating educational materials is there's power to literally just putting representation there. And then people really appreciate that. And maybe when you see it, you realize that you're kind of tired of making things that weren't necessarily made for you work for you. And it's just nice to not have to do that work. So I definitely learned my way of doing that through making my educational comics, and got to bring that into my tarot deck. Yeah. And then I guess another thing that I learned from my educational comics was humor, that people are much more likely to remember and be interested in learning something if they are also entertained, which is a strategy in education. So that's sort of that didn't really factor into my cards so much as in my guidebook. I have these little subtitle titles to all the cards, which came from the same friend that I learned tarot with. They and I would make these little like, oh, that's, you know, Three of Cups. That's the party with friends card. And that all went into the guidebook.
Amazing. Yes.
And I think it's helpful. I hope that it's helpful. But yeah, that's another way education has taught me a little. Yeah, the Five of Cups is the sad boy crying over spilt cups card. So you remember that, right?
Well, again, the humor is that emotional resonance, right? Again, that's the power of tarot. That's the power of witchcraft too. It's like you're speaking to the subjective, you're speaking to the emotional reality. The more people, and you're helping people connect with that. So of course they're going to remember, like, oh, that was a joke. That made me feel good. That those little neural pathways are set, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just
Well,
holding
that's why
it a
they,
little bit longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that's why there's so many personal stories in Queering the Tarot as well. My goal with that book, sort of similar to what Isabella was saying, what it was not necessarily for people to walk away from queering the tarot or queering your craft being like, okay, this is how you should do this as queer people, but to be like, oh, these are some of the ways that you can crack it open and make it yours as queer people. By showing like, okay, I got here because of what happened to me. Hopefully people will then think, okay, if this is what happened to me, that's how I get there. And so it's representation not only of our identities, but also just how personal experience plays a part as well.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're giving them, you know, you're teaching them how to fish, not giving them fish.
That is the second time that has been said about. So the first time that was said about the way I talk about tarot was actually after a tarot class at the Eye, which is my steadiest tarot gig here in Minneapolis. And I did my 101 class and some of the employees sat in, and then afterward they were like, that was so great. I love that you didn't just tell us what the cards meant. You like taught us to fish. And I was like, yes.
Yay.
Which is exactly what I want to do.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's so great. Well, and then both of you have already kind of touched on this, but again, for people who are watching who don't necessarily have like a background in like queering as a verb, would both of you be able to speak to like what that means specifically for you in terms of how you help other people engage with the tarot?
Yeah, I had to answer this a lot when I was doing original press for the book.
Of course.
No, it's totally, I don't mind at all. It's just like, wait, I have a canned answer, but I don't know if that's the one I want to do today.
I definitely want to listen to you before I say anything.
I will say, when I was first putting together Queering the Tarot as a blog series, I knew that I wanted to do a series about that I knew then I wanted to eventually be a book about reading tarot as queer people or for queer people. But I don't think I've ever admitted this out loud in a press thing like this, but like, I also wanted people to know that I'm smart and I wanted a title that was gonna be like, oh, that might be like queer theory, which so much of it is rooted in. And so a lot of it was just playing like, well, what sounds like queer theory that like, so people know I know what I'm talking about. So that was a lot of it. And then as I was doing it, I was like, you know, Weiser told me this will be a question you'll probably get a lot, and they were right. And so the sort of more prepared answer is very true, which is that to me, it is about using your knowledge about marginalized identity and community, and then using that knowledge to sort of build your knowledge base, And then from there, sort of personalizing it, reclaiming it, deconstructing it. I think the language I use that I like the most is sort of like deconstructing the way things are supposed to be and then rebuilding them sort of in queer image. So it was something that will work better as a baseline for queer people.
I love it. I love it. And I just will quickly interject. You succeeded in coming across as knowing what you're talking about and being very
Good.
smart.
Thanks.
Because I was
Love
reading
to hear
this. It just like all my neurons from college and gender studies classes was like, oh, they are speaking to me.
That is so good to hear. It's like one of my bigger insecurities, especially because I'm also a total goofball, and that includes online. And so for me, you wanted this to be a celebration of what we know, but also joy. And I was like, yes, that is exactly. I feel like I'm always trying to walk that line. And because I'm so Piscean, I'm also like, if everyone's taking me seriously, I'm like, no one thinks I'm fun. And then if everyone's laughing a lot, I'm like, no one thinks I'm smart. So it's like personal insecurities. I'm always, so thank you for that. Isabella can talk now, please.
I'm just like over here with like hearts in my eyes, just like listening to you talk, being like, wow, what a scholar. What do I think? Queer. I mean, obviously everything Cassandra said, I was already thinking and just like had in my head ready.
Of course.
No, I mean, I don't know. I think that queer people have been queering things, as I said before, that weren't necessarily made to be queer with the strategies that Cassandra has in their book for a really, really long time. So when I made my deck, my idea was just like, make it queer from the very beginning. So obviously I'm looking at source material that isn't queer, and I had a few rules for the deck while I was going, and I usually do this for projects, and that sort of kept me in line. So one of the rules was modern day. Another rule was modern situations. So something that, was happening in the medieval world that it's not happening now. So you have to adapt it. And another was my world. So I think I get a lot of credit that I don't deserve sometimes for this deck, saying like, oh, the diversity is great, every kind of person's in it. And it's that I don't actually think that's true. Every kind of person isn't in my deck. People who are in my life are in my deck, and I don't know every kind of person. And I would have felt pretty weird about putting a character in my deck that had no relation really to a person that I had ever met. Like, am I going to put like a Native American person in like ceremonial garb in my deck because that person exists? It's like, that would have felt really icky because I don't know that person, and it would have felt very disrespectful because those people do exist and I don't really get to tell their story. Not that drawing a portrait of someone in a card is telling their story, but close enough for me to be like, it's not my lane.
Yes.
Right.
You don't want to appropriate.
I don't want to appropriate. I don't want to talk about things that I have zero connection to.
Right.
So the basic guiding principle was just like, it's my world. I'm drawing a loving portrait of my world. And I didn't really approach it being like, I'm going to make this queer. I'm just queer. And a lot of my friends are queer. So it all just came naturally. So that whole process of like deconstructing and building back up in a queer image, that all kind of happened, but it wasn't necessary. I was trying not to think about it along those lines exactly. And I think it's really interesting that people call my deck a queer deck, and I like that. And there's actually only one card in the deck that's like objectively gay. And there's lots of cards that are portraits of genderqueer people, portraits of non-binary people, portraits of queer people, but there's one card that's like two men being romantic, and that's the only one that's really objectively gay. And I like that the queerness is still shining through and that people are getting it, even though it's not like hey, this is the rainbow deck. This is the gay deck. Everyone in it is gay, and you see them kissing. So, yeah, I mean, I actually haven't read a huge amount of queer theory, but my idea of queering something is to deconstruct it and recreate it in a way that serves you and serves your community.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, I love that. I was also looking for Two of Cups,
Yeah.
which
Yes, that's-
yes.
I was also
That's the
gonna
undeniably
say,
gay one.
Yeah, exactly.
I was also gonna say too, when you were like, I'm queer, so it's a queer deck. Like that really is a lot of my personal. And that's like speaking to my personal values when I was doing press for both of these books, Queering the Tarot and Queering Your Craft. If people were like, how do you want this book to change things? My only real answer was like, I think it's imperative that there are more BIPOC, that there are more queer people, more disabled people, more fat people who will like acknowledge that that's a big part of their identity and who they are,
Yes.
writing these books and putting them forward. But that means that publishers have to get on board with that plan. And
Right.
so, but I was like, I don't want white, able-bodied, cishet people to change the way they write about tarot. I want to open the doors to other marginalized people to also get their book deals or their deck production deals or whatever it is. I'm much, much more interested in that. And I think that you end up with these really queer decks like Isabella's that people really see themselves in that are not beating you over the head with it. Like my roommate and I joke about that meme that's like, I don't always want everything to be about my sexuality. And then it's the guy being like, move, I'm gay.
Yeah.
But in the end, in our day-to-day life, we don't actually like, that's not how you talk. Like you talk, it's who you are.
Yeah.
And so,
Right, exactly.
and that's what I want more of.
Yeah.
Right, like space for people to just be who they are.
Yeah.
Again, just you're living your life, you're informed by your life, you're informed by your surroundings and your community. And again, like to Izzy's point, like you're not tokenizing somebody. Like this is a specific, authentic, lived experience. And if it, and again, I think that like things that come from joy and things that come from love resonate with other people. I think that's why so many people say that they see themselves in the deck, even if they are not specifically represented in it, because there is that energy. Again, like my Venus and Mars are in Pisces, so I get kind of soft sometimes, but just this idea of like, that's people, when people know when they are welcome, right? And that's another reason why I like my goal in creating this space. Like everybody is living their lives, and living your life is hard enough, especially if you're dealing with any kind of marginalization or multiple marginalized identities. And what can we do to help foster spaces where people can just be who they are? And again, not tokenized, not just kind of fetishizing people's trauma and pain, right? What is your joy? What is your experience of love in these marginalized identities, in these liminal spaces? And how can we talk about that more? I don't know. Again, I think there's power in it. And like to your point, Cassandra, like publishers need to get on board with the fact that there are people, there's so many diverse voices, and they deserve book deals, and they deserve to have their decks published. And
absolutely.
Well, and they sell. I'm shocked every year when those like entertainment media reports come out that are like, it turns out the highest rated shows are Black led or have these substantial queer characters. And I'm never surprised at the report. I'm surprised that at this point, other people are surprised enough by the report that it warrants multiple media pieces.
Right.
And
what is that joke that like there aren't a lot of lesbian bars because lesbians don't spend a lot of money at bars, they spend it at bookstores?
Right.
But it's like, well, maybe we should give queer women and non-binary people book deals then.
Right.
Right, exactly.
Yes. Spent.
Well, that too, because like, I see this a lot, and thankfully I found a group of people who are incredibly welcoming and inclusive and kind and open-hearted. But there's so much in the paranormal community, as I mentioned at the top, like this bigotry. And then there's also this part of the community that is scared to call it out because they don't want to lose bigot bucks, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but you're alienating. Like again, capitalism is gross and destructive, but we all have to make money to live, unfortunately, right? You are alienating all these people who want representation, want to be able to read books that reflect their experience, because you're scared of losing money from people who are intolerant and hateful. What are you really doing? Again, the variety of life that's lived, and people want to see themselves, and people want to feel a connection. They want to feel emotionally resonant with something, which is why they cry during tarot readings, because they're like, oh, somebody finally sees me for who I am.
I don't want to I don't want to tell too many of my tricks to get through capitalism, but customer bases are self-selecting.
Yes.
Okay, so you're afraid of losing your customer base, but if you just were a different way, you would have a different one that aligns with your values more.
Yes.
I also, as someone who makes, I won't say always comfortable, but an often comfortable living for myself, specifically reading tarot cards at a store, the fact that I regularly speak out about my beliefs, yes, it has helped my business. It has not hurt there are people who you would not think would come to me for a reading, but I am good at what I do, so they do. If you're afraid of speaking out, my super unpopular jerk opinion is that maybe you're not good enough to sustain a controversy or to sustain a client base for a controversy. Because I haven't been affected, and I am extremely wear Black Lives Matter t-shirts to work.
I'm in love. This is amazing.
Awesome. That is probably the most controversial take anyone will hear me say live ever. I don't know. I had a weird couple of months where I just sometimes all bets are off.
Well,
okay, before we move off the subject, I do just want to say, while I wholeheartedly agree that publishers and editors need to be publishing more books and decks by marginalized authors and creators, self-publishing is where it's at. Self-publishing is awesome. My deck is not published. I did it through Kickstarter, and now I just do it myself. It's a huge amount of work, and I kind of want it to be published now. So if any publishers are listening, maybe ignore me. But
shoot me a message after this. I said, shoot me a message after this. Okay. I can at least introduce you to people.
Cool. So yeah, it's a huge amount of work.
I don't work there.
If it goes well, then it's so much work. But in the comics industry also, which I'm a big part of, self-publishing is totally accepted. It's a huge part of the community, and it's awesome. And in tarot deck creation, self-publishing is a really big thing too. So I just don't want any aspiring creators out there to think that they need the attention of a publisher or editor to make what they make. You can absolutely just start making it, maybe post it on Instagram, and then you'll probably, by the time you're done 2 or 3 years later, have enough people to crowdfund it.
No, it's true. And I think for decks especially, but some books too, it really is the way to go.
Yeah. I know it's much harder with prose books and novels.
It really is, yeah.
Your book was started as a blog, so we saw how well that went.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point too. Again, my more radical kind of sensibilities, like looking for validation in systems, like capitalist systems of oppression, isn't necessarily like a mark of validation for your work. To your point, Cassandra, if you're doing good enough work, people will notice. If you are doing authentic work, people will notice. It will resonate with them. You will be successful, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to feel like, again, I ran a full-time chainmail business for 7 years, right? Like that was all I did. And enough people resonated with my work that I was able to sustain myself on that. Like it just do good work and you will find your community, and your community will, like, again, the love that you get from your community, that resonance, that support, like that's more important than a book deal with an official publisher. That, like, that's not a source of validation or meaning, you know.
It's not. I will say though that for people with lack of access to a lot of things, and including there are even a lot of class barriers to starting a successful Instagram or something like that. If you, a lot of times you don't get that notice if it doesn't look sleek and professional, and if you're working 40 hours or even 20 hours a week at a job that is miserable and you just don't have the energy, like it's still really difficult. Like, I don't want anyone listening to be like, well, if I can't do it, then I'm not good at this. Like, that's not true. There are still barriers in play. Yes. I just do think with self-publishing and building a brand, there are less barriers in play, and you often get to kind of set your own rules and boundaries about people, which is sometimes worth the trade-off to bigger stuff.
No one here is saying that it isn't hard, or that there aren't different barriers depending on the privileges you do or don't have. But I guess all I really want to say is no one has to allow you to do it. You can do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I will say,
permission.
Yeah.
And I will say too, I got my first book deal in a really unusual way, in that because of the blog, I was approached by Wiser. Yes. That is not normally how it goes. And I was out there doing the work, putting it out there anyway. If I had waited for Wiser to magically learn who I am, like and didn't just go ahead and put these ideas out there, it wouldn't have happened. That's not, you know, if people do want the book deal, if they don't want to self-publish, that's not the only route you should take. I'll talk you through making a book proposal, but like, you should not plan for that. But it does, you know, it was me, and really showing up. I really, at Little Red Tarot especially, I was really active in the comment section, building community, answering questions, stuff like that, which made a really nice solid base when it was time for someone to think maybe I could sell this book.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And just to reiterate, it's like everybody is on their own journey. Like whatever you want, whatever your goal is, whatever your dream is, I'm not discounting that in any way. I'm just saying that like everybody's path to whatever your version of success is, or your version of your dream or your goal, that's all valid. And again, like the magic of that journey is what's important for you.
Well, and I think all of my favorite tarot decks, except for like 3, are self-published, and one of them started off self-published, and that was the I'm blanking. Anyway, one of them. And then, I think it might be the Next World Tarot is maybe no longer self-published, but it was in the beginning. And then the other one is Tarot of the Divine, which Yoshi intended to self-publish, but then because
that deck is magnificent.
But because Yoshi was putting the work online, really doing the work, all the stuff that Isabella and Vanessa said, it did end up getting picked up. It's also just like unbelievably like it takes
Cassandra's talking about this deck, which is incredible.
Yoshi is also just a really fantastic queer creator, a really solid handle on the folklore and myth portrayed in the deck. I learned a lot. There's a book you can get with it that tells you all the stories, because I got the deck thinking I'm pretty well versed in myth and folklore, and then I got the deck and I was like, no, I'm not. But there's a book that goes along with it that you can buy extra that has all of the stories in it, which is a really nice addition, and I'm just glad I have it.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, also having that background, again, we're talking about like emotional resonance with things, like things will be more meaningful to you if you can put them in that kind of context and know the full stories behind them. Yeah, I've seen the art from that deck, and the danger of always seeing like a new deck is like, oh no, I need to buy it.
Well, yeah, but I say all that to say, like, of the 12 decks that I most often recommend to people, 3 of them are not self-published, and 2 of them started off that way, or that was the original plan.
Right.
So it's definitely a super, super valid option.
Amazing. Well, and that too, it's like there's so much like the internet can be a cesspool in many ways, but there's
Oh,
been
really?
this.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right. I know you would be shocked to hear that. But there's this like incredible democratization where there are, through YouTube, through TikTok, through blogs, through Instagram. Like, again, so many of these have like corporate algorithms that we have to be mindful of. But there's this ability to reach audiences and reach people all over the world that you wouldn't necessarily have had access to even 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So you can really find your tribe. That's a language. You can find your community.
I was about to, yeah.
I know. I was like, ah. You
Good
can find your
catch.
people everywhere. You can find them. And people who really resonate with you in terms of like what your you can find your juggalos. One of the co-organizers put that in there. Yeah, exactly. Like, find your group. They will resonate. That you can all support each other, and you want to be connected. So yeah, okay. So speaking about other decks, so what are the decks that like have resonated the most with you, I guess, on your journey of exploring the tarot?
I have a really hard time limiting it.
Grab mine off my shelf while you
We
talk.
have 45 minutes, so you can talk as much as you want to talk.
Everyone loves to just hear a list of decks they've never seen before.
But we all have Google.
Shelf.
Yeah, visual aids.
So I will say, I don't even think you can buy it anymore, but recently released was the Fat Folks Tarot.
Oh,
It is
That deck looks beautiful.
it's really, really beautiful. It's a collective deck, so it's a bunch of different fat artists, a lot of BIPOC artists, a lot of disabled artists, a lot of queer artists, and a lot of intersections that, people who are many or all of those things. And it is gorgeous. I actually, for a friend of mine, I did his Patreon roundtable. And because I am just a goofball, I ended up hijacking it to just show everyone the cards from that deck I was most attracted to. But it was also like deeply resonant emotionally. So there was that one. Of ones you can buy, obviously Isabella's The Next World Tarot is really, really meaningful to me. It really has so much like about really how community and mutual aid like is the way forward, and really calls on that for, it's sort of post-apocalyptic, but has an aesthetic that a lot of us are already really familiar with within that, and shows how close we are to that and that we are really the way through. I think the deck that really was the first deck that was like, oh yeah, this hits, is also not available anymore, and that's the Slow Holler Tarot, which was a queer Southern collective deck. And having grown up in the Bible Belt and had to really wade through life in tarot on my own, I don't know, I was just like really overwhelmed the first time I really saw and connected with that deck, and I was like so grateful that other people like don't have to make the Rider-Waite-Smith work for them anymore. Like, now there's this other huge thing.
absolutely.
So I think those are probably the three. Other than Tarot of the Divine, one of the other published ones that I love is not actually connected to this, but I love animal decks. And the Crow Tarot you can buy pretty much anywhere. And that one is really lovely as well. So yeah, I could talk about decks all day, so let's let Isabella say things.
Perfect.
So I started pulling them down off my bookshelf.
Hooray. Thank you for visual aids.
So a lot of the decks that I was looking at while I was drawing like influenced my deck a lot, which is not something that I'm uncomfortable saying. I think art and artists influence each other, and that there should be a little less stigma around looking at other art. And one of the ones that influenced me the most was the Saucer Ibito Tarot by Stasia Burrington.
Yes.
Which I love. The box looks like this. It's very, very beautiful, like watercolor designs. It has a very like Asian American vibe to it. And I absolutely love this deck. And I'd like to say nice things about Stasia too, because I actually emailed, I don't know her at all, but I emailed her to be like, hey, what printer do you use? And she actually told me.
Great.
So I love this deck, highly recommend. This is probably the first deck where I was like, okay, this is actually resonating with me. I generally tend to like decks that are pretty close to the meanings of Rider-Waite-Smith, and that don't have themes. If a deck has too strict of a theme, I get a little like tangled in it. Like, okay, like I know the meaning, but does it have to be about vampires? And this deck was like, I like the art, I like the depth it adds to the meanings I already know. Love that deck. Another I really liked was the Marigold Tarot.
That one's so beautiful.
It's so beautiful. So all of the people in the deck are skeletons, and the symbolism is also often like twigs and like the cups are all like skulls. And for a while, I thought it was just the most beautiful deck I'd ever seen, but I couldn't really read it because it was so death focused. But I managed to have a switch in my head where I was like, okay, it's death focused, but it's the death card, not death. And then I would use it for readings about transformational questions. And now I love working with it. Tarot of the Divine that we already talked about. And then there's a few decks that when I was working on my deck, the artists were like releasing images online, but the deck wasn't out yet. And I was looking at those and they were influential, but the decks came out after mine. So one of those is the Fyodor Pavlov Tarot, which is very queer, very sexual, and very, very beautiful. I think you can get it on his website now, but this is a bit what it looks like.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's just, did I pronounce Fyodor wrong? I think I pronounced that entirely wrong.
It might be
Pavlov Tarot,
but I'm not. Yeah.
So hard when you've only seen things written and not heard them
Right.
spoken aloud. Yeah.
This person can really draw. I'm a big fan of Modern Witch Tarot, which probably everyone's heard of. It's a liminal deck. I think it's compared to my deck a lot because it has a very similar idea of modernizing the Rider-Waite-Smith, but I love using it, and I love the different ways that myself and Liza Sturl like approach the same problem differently. I don't think there are any men in this deck, which is pretty cool. I mean, you can't know the gender of a person just by looking at a drawing of them, but it has that vibe. So this might be a nice one if you liked how we were talking about my deck, but are more interested in this illustration style. And then this one's new. I hadn't seen, this one was, I think, like fully created after my deck. The White Newman Tarot. Have y'all seen this one?
Ooh,
It's really pretty, yeah.
It's just so beautiful. It does deviate a lot from traditional meanings, but I don't mind because it's so great. I think Alba G, what's the name of this artist? Yeah, Alba BG, Alba RG. And this is another liminal deck. The card backs are gorgeous.
Oh.
And this deck does something I really like, which is each suit has its own color scheme.
Yeah, I love when decks do that.
Absolutely.
Because then you can tell at a glance, like, which suit is dominating a reading.
Right.
It's also, when you teach tarot, it's also easier to like find your cards quickly.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Looking
Right.
for there.
Especially when they're 78 and you're like, I swear I know exactly what card I need to show you right now.
Yeah, so I love this deck. Like, lots of animal symbolism, lots of occult kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those are my favorites.
I love it. I love it. It's good. Again, dangerous because anytime I hear about new tarot decks, I have to add them to my collection.
Yeah.
I think
But-
I think half the ones I shared you actually can't buy. So good news for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the numinous spirit. That that one I think I got pretty quickly after Slow Holler, and that one's a single creator. I know not everyone likes collective decks because they feel like they don't feel cohesive, and I think it's fine. People can be wrong, but Cedar is just one person and made the Numinous Tarot deck, and it is also like really inclusive, but also just very gentle. And it's a deck that I feel like the creator, similar actually to Isabella's deck, where like the creator personality really comes through, where like the first time I talked to Cedar online, I was like, yep, this is the person who made this deck. Like it was very like that.
Isn't that a non-violent deck too? I think maybe
pretty much. There's a few, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's also shiny.
Shiny things are great.
Yeah. And then Cedar and I are really similar identity-wise, gender-wise, so it also just felt like a really nice deck for that.
Of course.
I know a disability activist who says that's her favorite deck because
yeah, there are actually figures in wheelchairs and things like that.
Yeah,
so.
that's wonderful.
That's awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
Because again, accessibility is important, representation is important, and I have a friend who is a disability advocate, and the amount of ableist like erasure that happens in so many communities, like that seems to be at the bottom of priorities in terms of who gets access, who is represented. So we're talking about tarot. Are there any other systems of divination that the two of you use?
I'm working on a Lenormand deck.
Yes.
So I'm approaching it the same way I did my tarot deck, which is to learn how to read Lenormand while I'm making.
Of course. Perfect.
So Lenormand cards, it's another system of divination cards that has a historical context. So a fair amount of people have asked me if I'm making an oracle deck. And I've sort of hesitated at that idea because I didn't like the idea of essentially like making all of it up. I wanted to work with a pre-existing system. So I was interested in Lenormand. It's a pre-existing system. It's 36 cards, and it's read so differently than tarot. Like you read them together. You read the cards as a sentence. They like describe each other, and they're all pretty simple. And there's not so many layers of meaning. Like the layers of meaning come in how they combine. So this is a pretty traditional looking deck. Like they have playing cards associated with them. Pretty simple symbolism. So I've been doing, my little journal of like writing down my connotations with the cards and whatnot. And I've started drawing them, and it's been really fun. So I'm taking the same approach with this as my tarot deck, which is making it represent the world that I live in, and also queering it has been more challenging in Lenormand.
I know, I'm so interested to hear like how you're doing with that.
Oh yeah, I would be happy to tell you. I think I figured it out. So
so Isabella actually messaged me and was like, do you know any queer Lenormand writers or readers? And I was like, I mean, like one guy at work, but he's like,
before your book was out, your blog was a primary source for me in creating the deck, so I was kind of open.
I know. But I also wrote that blog because there wasn't anything.
Right.
So
yeah. Well, thank you. And
you're welcome.
I can figure it out on my own this time, I guess.
Sorry.
Begrudgingly.
I like racked my brain. I was like,
it's much less popular than tarot, Lenormand. But yeah, okay, so in the Lenormand deck, there's a man card and a woman card. And the way it works is one of these cards is going to be a signifier for the person you're reading for. I'm going to call them the querent just to make it easier. So if I was reading for Vanessa, who uses she, her pronouns, the woman card would be Vanessa. So if the woman card showed up in a reading, it's literally her. And if the man card showed up in a reading, it's someone like a man in the story that the reading is about. Usually it's the querent significant other, but if it's a reading about work, it could be a coworker, your boss, or whoever. So I think it's pretty cool that like you are in the readings always if your card comes up, But obviously having a man card and a woman card like isn't going to work because it leaves no room for non-binary people to have their cards read or be included in anyone else's reading. And since there's only one man card and one woman card, it makes it very hard to read for people in queer relationships. Just like in tarot, queer people have made this work for them. There are other cards in the Lenormand deck that's like, oh, the rider card usually means like the male partner of a male person, or oh yeah, get this, the snake card means the female partner of a female. What the hell? Men get like a sexy guy and a horse, and women get the snake.
It's just rude. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one Lenormand reading I had that I didn't hate, I got one that was like,
right.
I got one that about what kind of partner I should be looking for. And I got, oh gosh, I forgot what it's called, but there's one about flowers. And then I think the reader was just really good because he then like described my actual ideal partner through that card. And I was like, oh, well, that's cool. But again, that was another queer person. So
yeah, and queer people have been making this work for them, just like we make everything work for us. And just like I wanted to do last time, I want to make something where you don't have to do that work. So this is how I want to do it. You can tell me what you think. So the cards that were the man and the woman, I'm labeling the person.
Yay.
And I'm adding more. There's going to be 10 total.
Cool.
So 10 people. They're all portraits of people I know. So real people. And you can either leave them all in the deck and just have more person cards, or you can choose the one that resonates the most with you and then just throw in another that will just like stand for the other person in the reading. So I think that'll work.
That's really cool.
I think that's great. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was hard to get there, and a few people helped me. I have a critique group for my comics, and at first I was like, I'll just have like a man card, a woman card, and a non-binary card. And then a friend of mine who's non-binary was like, no, because there's way too many ways to be non-binary. And I'm like, you're right, I gotta think of something else. And that's how we eventually got to this. So talk to your friends.
Yeah.
I know I'm in an occult writers group with like unreal talented people, and the way that it has saved my butt is
yeah.
So
that's
yeah,
so
Lenormand
cool.
cards. If you want to see any of the ones I've drawn there on my Instagram, just tag This Might Hurt Lenormand.
Yeah, well, they're really, I like how in the whip you talked about how like similar to queering the tarot principles, but you talked about how like this might not be negative, like it might be, but it could also be like kink affirming or something. I thought that was cool to see brought up in such a like old school style of reading.
Yeah, the whip card is very much about conflict and punishment, but it also is a really sexual card and like
that's
a very
not what I would see if I looked at that card. Like I would just be like, oh, fun. Like
right. So I wanted to leave room for both, which it's actually really common. A lot of these cards, they have like, you know, like the ring could be marriage, or it could be anything shaped like a circle. Yeah. Just to have all these different readings that are super context dependent.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whip is a sexy card. It should be allowed to be a very sexy card.
Yeah.
Right. Well, again, talking about like queering things, opening up interpretations, like not just putting things in boxes and saying, this is what it is. You have to follow this old interpretation that might not be relevant anymore.
Right.
Or societally or contextually dependent.
That's not mine. This is from the Seventh Sphere Lenormand.
Okay, cool.
Which is a very pretty deck, actually.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you do any other forms of divination than tarot, Cassandra?
Yeah, so I like the opposite answer to Isabella, whereas I actually really like the more so I'm not a huge oracle card user either. I do like some of them a lot, and I really love when an oracle deck creator can like put a like, okay, I can see how someone could learn these cards more easily than having to memorize. I'll like still put a system on it. And so I have a couple that I use, and then the best ones I think are rooted in like specific ideals or beliefs, or like, honestly, I think that is where novelty decks are good, because if you know the source material, then it's easy for you to pick up. So I do use some oracle cards. I'm very, very picky about that. I also do think oracle cards, especially right now, are very like love and light, and that's just not who I am or who I want to be. I need some stuff with harder messages. But what I don't know, I almost, if I'm going to use something that's not tarot, I go almost like even more esoteric with it, with one exception. And that exception is I do use pendulums, because sometimes you don't need a full reading. I just want to know if I should bother messaging this person or not. Like I don't need a whole to do about it. And I think for me, and I hesitate to say something like this because like I'm not a mental health expert, I'm just mentally ill. But sometimes if I just need to suss out, like, is this intuition or is this anxiety? A pendulum is good to help me kind of figure that out. So there's that, but otherwise, like, I do a lot, I don't admit this publicly a lot, but I do a lot of scrying, a lot of like smoke scrying, either from my coffee or my incense if my allergies aren't really bad, or otherwise no incense, but or like water scrying, which as watery as I am, is actually a little harder for me. And then like a lot of people do candle reading, which is essentially wax scrying. And I like that approach because it gets me out of the, like, sometimes even when you are writing about tarot the way that me and Isabella are, you can still get trapped into like, well, this is supposed to mean this, blah, blah, blah. Whereas when you're like intentionally kind of setting yourself at 0 and watching smoke or water ripples or whatever else unfurl, you like have to get out of that. You like have to be like, okay, this is what it's doing. And if anyone's interested in that, I suggest just like picking a couple books about various kinds of symbols and just like, okay, I know I saw a maple leaf. What does that mean? I know I saw a deer, you know, whatever. But then the rest of it, I do think it is better intuitive exercise to really like, you kind of know what symbols mean, but trust that you see what you think you're seeing.
I think that's such a good point. As somebody who has had anxiety most of my life, like figuring out, like, because anxiety and intuition, at least for me, kind of ring very close to the same frequency. Like there's a certain like buzzing in my body, and sometimes I don't know, like, oh, is this my anxiety coming through, or is this my intuition telling me I should not go and should not talk to this person, I should not go to this place, this is bad, you know?
Yeah.
So
Well,
just
and sometimes the answer is both when you have anxiety. Sometimes the answer is like, yep, this is your intuition telling you not to do this thing because it is bad. So of course you're going to have anxiety about it.
Big moon card energy coming from
right.
Oh, seriously, right?
So yeah, that's what I use. Some oracle, a lot of pendulum, and then just like otherwise letting my intuition do what it needs to, doing some smoke scrying, some water scrying, something like that.
That's awesome.
That is
well,
awesome.
like you said, that people figured out you were psychic before you really understood you were psychic. So
it's also, I suggest scrying to people who want to get in touch with their intuition. Not even necessarily because of messages you will get, but because sometimes telling people to meditate or to clear your mind is like, that's not helpful. That's not gonna tell, like, that's not anything. And so I think if instead I'm telling you to focus on your breath and watch smoke unfurl or watch steam unfurling from your coffee or tea, you're either going to see messages or you're going to end up in a meditative state where you're more open to stuff, and maybe both.
Right. Perfect. So you're talking about like developing a practice for intuition for anyone who is interested in the tarot, wants to develop a relationship with the tarot. What is a practice that you recommend for people in order to foster that relationship with the cards? That's for either of you.
I'll just do sorry, mine is quick. I can just tell people what I do, but I will say there are a myriad of practices. One of my favorite tarot books, in spite of some gendered stuff, is Mary Kay Greer's 21 Ways to Read a Tarot Card. Yeah. And it's because it's also a very teach a man to fish book. And it's really just 21 different exercises to do with your tarot cards. And I think getting that book and picking like 2 of those things that you like and incorporating them into regular practice is a really good way, or any book that does that for you that has a lot of different methods. I pull a card most mornings and then use that as like a prompt or a jumping off point to do morning pages, which is important to me as a person, as an artist, as a person in sobriety, and as a person going through trauma stuff, just to kind of get everything out, which is essentially just before I do anything else for the day, unless I woke up late like today, pulling a tarot card. And again, just letting that be the prompt or the jumping off point, journaling out what it means to me, and then going through the rest of my journaling. It was a lot easier than trying to like track a card a day and do my morning pages and do some witchcraft in the morning and I'm supposed to eat somewhere in there. Like, it's just, so I try to combine as much of that as possible right into the morning pages themselves.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think drawing 1 card a day is a good way to get started, and you'll get a lot of repeats and whatnot. I found a lot of benefit I was fortunate enough to be invited to a tarot group that a friend of mine organized, where we would just read for each other, and it was super exhibitionist. It was awesome. Like, we would just go to her house and have some snacks and do readings for each other, and just like all watch the readings, like, ooh, like, oh, that looks bad.
Incredible.
Yep.
And it was really fun, and yeah, it's online now. It's still going on, and it's great. So I highly recommend making a little group like that, or at least having like one friend you can read with. There must be something online to find people like that if you don't have them in their immediate vicinity. But yeah, that was something I really liked doing, and that taught me a lot. And a lot of those people ended up editing my guidebook.
That's so
and
great.
You could always, if all else fails, try drawing every single card until it escalates into a huge project that lasts the rest of your life.
That's actually an exercise in Mary Kay Greer's book, though. Like, that's not a bad, it's not a bad way to learn. Even if you don't plan on publishing. I cannot draw for beans. Like, I cannot, but I know. If I can't even think to journal, I will start by sort of like drawing the card and just making sure I get some of those symbols in that are kind of lurking in the shadows.
I mean, drawing, I don't believe in like being good at drawing or not being good at drawing.
You would disagree if you saw my drawings.
But just for example, like, as I'm learning Lenormand, I'm doing tiny little drawings to show the card, and they're just like these little silhouettes. So
cute. Those are so cute.
Those are so cute.
If you want to do an oracle deck, you should just do those little doodles as like an oracle.
Like goofy, like,
yeah.
Yes.
So highly recommend just little doodles. Yeah.
Come on.
That is so cute.
About it.
I mean,
not
I
that
hate
you need
mice,
another.
but your doodle is cute.
Exactly. I was about to say, not that you need to sell another sticker set, but maybe sell another sticker set with those.
That'd be fun. Yeah, I love sticker sets.
All right, so we've got 20 minutes left. I'm going to ask Mira and Jason. We have chat live at YouTube right now. I have not been paying attention to it because I've only been talking to you two. But I know they have been in chat. Are there any questions that the audience has? If you two feel comfortable answering questions
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
We don't have them yet, but folks, now is the time to get them in chat so we can pass them along.
Exactly. Yeah, you're talking to you've got 2 tarot experts and also 2
one
very
tarot expert and one person
hush.
Isabella is gonna leave this chat needing to design stickers and calling themselves an expert and making an oracle deck of symbols.
Yes. Thank you.
The subtle theme to some of the talks have been somebody comes on with an incredibly impressive display of knowledge and then goes, but I'm no expert, I don't know anything. So no, this is like
There's yeah, I actually, so part of just my journey with myself, I've tried to stop negating that when people say it, but also, and maybe this will help you, Isabella, but my friend whose stage name is Firelight hosted a podcast roundtable with Thorne Mooney on it, who is like the smartest person about witchcraft alive anyway. And it was on expertise and what makes someone an expert. And I never considered myself an expert either. And then Thorne said, I think when you know the material well enough that you are contributing methods and systems and ways of doing it that other people are using, and you're adding on to this knowledge base, then you are an expert. And my mouth like dropped open listening. I was like, no. Like, but I absolutely,
What happened just to me right now.
yeah. So I was like, no, Isabella, you are doing that.
Okay, yes, you're right. Yes.
Yes, claim
So
it.
questions.
Yeah, let's save Izzy from
Sort of coming to terms with being an expert in this, like,
I'll take it. I'll take
12
it.
minutes before we have to go.
right,
I'll
exactly.
take it. Yes.
Right.
No
there.
questions yet, but a lot of people are just like, this is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Great, good.
Sweet.
I'm trying to think if I have any questions, but I don't know, because I'm trying to like learn tarot a little bit more and all that, but like again, oh, that's my cat. I agree that this was wonderful.
It's cat time.
I just have a cat, so
Perfect.
I'll
Mine
turn my
don't like
camera.
Zoom. They'll like get on the table, and then when they realize that, like, oh, that is people I know, but
Oh,
I
there
can't
we
actually
go.
touch them.
Oh,
There's a
Yeah.
kitty friend.
okay.
And there's a friend. They're both like, nah.
Yeah, right.
The butt.
We'll just put
the
their
cat
tails
butt.
in our
But-
faces.
Yeah, but exactly. That's how they feel.
Aw.
Well, I guess as we're waiting for questions to come in, if any questions come in, I would love for the two of you to plug all of your stuff. Where can people find you, the work that you're doing, book readings with you, buy your deck, Izzy, like just give all that. We have links on our website on panparacon.com, but if people just want to connect with you directly, how can they do that?
The best way for me is probably through Instagram, which is Tarot Cassandra. That's the best way to connect. You can also go to the website, cassandra-snow.com. And then I do have 2 tarot events happening in October that if you are wanting to learn more about tarot, there's one on the 12th that is a guided tarot study, which basically means I talk you through some principles, keep the chat lively, but it's largely a container for you to practice your cards. And I do charge a little bit of money for that, but if it's prohibitive for anyone, specifically message me and say that you came to this and we'll talk about it. And then the other one, unfortunately, I can't offer that for because I actually have to prepare a lot more, but it's still just a 1-hour talk that is tarot for total newbie beginners. I think I just called it Getting Started with the Tarot. And it's an hour-long talk on how to pick out a deck, how to connect with that deck, and then giving you some tarot framework that I use so that you have something to jump off of and you're not just trying to whatever. And then I have a Patreon. That is how I'm able to live, that I post a lot of tip sheets and stuff like that for tarot and also witchcraft, and I'll cast like spells that you can modify for yourself. Just like I'm a bigger fan of teach you to fish tarot teaching, I'm also a bigger fan of spell formulas, because like I don't know what you want in your house and I don't want you to have to go buy a bunch of stuff. So I have some like spell formulas and stuff like that that I share, as well as tarot tips and open AMAs, things like that. That's patreon.com/Cassandra Snow. And last thing I'll say, next to last thing I'll say, patrons get into those 2 events free whenever they happen. So you could give $3 or $5 or $7 a month instead of the 12 and 18 that I think I'm asking for. And then the other thing I will say is you probably do want to follow me on Instagram and or Patreon, because me and someone who is like a sibling to me, a heart sibling, are writing a book together about tarot for self-care and specifically creative purpose that is going to be coming out in late 2022 through Wiser. That's all I can really say right now, but that will be like the first 2 places you'll hear of it. And then on the Patreon, you'll get sneak peeks and stuff once we have a manuscript that I'm comfortable giving you sneak peeks of. So,
Awesome.
which
amazing.
is going to be November 15th, because that's when Wiser wants it, come heck or high water. So
I know how those deadlines are. Yeah.
super great fun time.
Especially with anxiety, right?
Yep.
Amazing. Thank you. I'm
You're
excited
welcome.
for that
Thank you.
book.
That was a lot,
But again, you have given us 2 hours of your time and your energy.
Oh,
and
thank
so of course
you.
I want to support the both of you as much as possible. We do
Thank
have a tip
you.
jar on panparacon.com. People have been very generous to that. All of that money is going directly to the speakers. So you will be getting something at the end of this
thank
conference. Yeah, of course. Yes. I value both of your time and expertise in what you have to say. So I'm happy to give
Thank
some
you for
token.
inviting us. This has
Of
been very
course. Yes. This has been amazing. Izzy, if you want to plug your pluggables right now.
Yeah, so my name's Isabella Rotman. I operate under This Might Hurt Studios. My tarot deck, the This Might Hurt Tarot, is actually sold out right now.
Again.
Yeah, so I have a new shipment that's totally done printing, and it's on its way from China where it's printed, and it's kind of caught in the supply chain mess. I kind of think it's probably on a boat outside of LA just waiting. But that should be back in stock sometime in October. In the meantime, there might be a few available from like stores that resell it. So it could be worth doing an extensive Google search. You might be able to find one if you can't wait until October. Yeah, and so my website is just thismighthurtstudios.com. And my Instagram is this might hurt with underscores. So like this underscore might underscore hurt. And if you're interested in my Lenormand deck, I'm posting that on my Instagram and my Twitter as I'm drawing it. I don't have a release date or like any idea how it's going to be published yet. I might self-publish, I might kickstart, I might pitch it to a publisher. So I don't have any information on that yet. But yeah, if you just follow me on Instagram, I tend to post all of my projects and whatnot there. And yeah, this has been really fun. Oh, I'm a cartoonist also. I have a few published books that are sex education, and also some self-published zines. Those are all on my website. If you go to the store tab, all my stuff is there. So there's all of my books and a few stickers and whatnot. I have a sticker set of all the cards in the tarot deck so that you can keep track of your readings in your journal, which is cool. I never would have thought of that.
Really
Someone
cool.
on Instagram asked for it, and I just think it's very, very fun.
It's very cool, yeah.
Especially since they're mini.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really small. I can
awesome.
show you.
Tiny things are perfect.
It ends up like looking like this in your journal.
Love it.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
Isn't that cool? I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Amazing.
So yeah, just
Jumping in with a quick question for
Yay.
Cassandra. Red Crow Poetry wants to know if you are doing live readings at the Eye right now.
I am actually there from 3 to 7 today. And every Sunday, short of my health, doing what my health does sometimes.
Okay, and we have another question for the panel from Small Town Creepy. As someone who struggles, someone who has been reading tarot since 2009 but struggles with charging for readings even when they need to do it, do you have advice?
You will only feel better if you do it. Like, it is scary in the beginning. And if you have that people-pleasing instinct that Vanessa said she has, that I definitely have too. Even now to this day, if someone who I look up to as much as like even say Isabella were like, oh, how much is a reading? I would be like, well, it's this much, but whatever you have is fine. Like even now, and I've been doing it professionally for like 9 years, 10 years. I don't know what is time, but but practice is really, and practice setting your rates. And then also, like, other people will tell you if they have financial concerns. I always think, like, maybe it would be insulting to look at someone and be like, normally it's this, but whatever you have is fine. Like, they'll tell you, and then you can negotiate down if you want. But you also don't have to. You can say, this is how much it takes to sustain myself. This is how much I can't work for this long after a reading, so this makes up for that portion of the day. And then I would also say too that, tarot community is really so beautiful and so wonderful. And if you are undercharging, people are going to feel ways about it. So because it makes us all look like either we're overcharging or you're saying something about your own value, and we want you to value yourself more than that. So my tips then from that tangent would be, think about what is standard in your area and think about being a tarot community member. And then just be open to whatever a potential client wants. State your rates, but then I certainly still allow wiggle room for friends, family, patrons, and people who otherwise are struggling. And then practice makes perfect is really you're never going to feel comfortable doing it until you've just done it 100 times. The other way to get to it through, I think, if you can hop onto like an event, like if there's an art fair or something, and just put up your sign and people see that it's 10, 20, 30 bucks, whatever you charge to sit down with you, then you'll at least have experience charging something and see how much better you feel when you have that money in your hand at the end of the day.
Yeah. I would say as an illustrator, like when your job is something that is other people's hobby, it can be very hard to value yourself and have other people value you too. So that's probably why you're feeling that way about charging for tarot readings, is because a lot of people do them like not as their job. Something that helped me in art was just this little book. I don't even know if I have it anymore, but it was called How to Not Always Be Working. Yes. And one of the exercises was make a list of things that are work and make a list of things that are not work. And just sort of knowing in your mind what counts as work for you is really going to help you figure out like when you're working, when you're not working, and just like how to stop working. And if doing tarot readings is on your list for what counts as work, I think that switch in mindset is going to make it a lot easier for you to be like, well, of course I should get paid for it. I'm working. And, if it's on, like I garden, that's a hobby. I wouldn't get paid for it, but that's a lot of people's jobs. And that makes all the difference. Is it my job or is it my hobby?
And I think to add to that, I will also say, think about what you would pay for a reading, because and remember that you are worth that. Like that is really so much of when I talk to would-be professional readers. And I even have like a good friend who works at the Eye with me that this week my cards gave him a come to whoever you believe in talk, where it was like, you are so good at supporting everyone else. Why will you not allow yourself the same? And I would say that about that financial aspect. If you would pay that for a reading, why wouldn't you charge it for a reading? You're worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Absolutely.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Don't see any.
Okay. If either of you, we're 5 minutes till the next presentation. If either of you have any kind of parting thoughts that you have, if not, we can release you back to your day.
Best if I end on you're worth it. So we'll just cap it there.
I think that's such an exceptional message.
Yeah. And we'll just thank you for this opportunity. This has been a delightful way to spend my afternoon.
I am so thrilled that the two of you agreed to this and were willing to talk to us. And again, I love tarot and I love both of your work. So to be able to talk about both things is like the endorphin rush I needed this morning. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And good luck with the rest of the conference. I know there's one more panel.
Thank you. Yeah, there's one more
Yeah.
panel, and then we're all just going to pass out on the floor, I think.
Yes,
think
please
so.
get some rest. To still end on my cap, get some rest. You are worth it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Four swords that.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Tarot lessons. Very cool.
All right. Bye,
Okay,
everyone.
well, thank you both
Bye.
again,
Thank you.
and have a great day.
You
You as
too.
well.
Thanks.
We need I'm going to be soliciting in the future like lower back exercises for con organizers, as the floor is really, or I'm going to work on just projecting this. Like, I could be on the floor right now. That's what I need to we need to figure
So
out.
I actually have exercises because teaching chainmail for 14 years as I have, so I started work as a production assistant for a couple jewelry designers. And by the time I was 23, I had pain and numbness in my ring finger and pinky finger on both hands. I thought I'd need surgery. I had this amazing chiropractor who basically cleared up everything in 4 sessions, and then who taught me exercises that I use and that I started teaching to everyone. Because if you're sitting down and you got pliers in your hands, you're going to have a lot of pain in your back and your shoulders and your hands. So the big thing too is it's trying to be mindful of like keeping your lower back straight. Like if you need to lean forward, pivot from your waist, from your hips, rather than hunch over. And that's the problem. I have this like I get into this like pose, I think that's the scoliosis too, where I'm just like leaning. But if you can like stay as straight as possible, that's it. I got that little S curve right between the shoulder blades. If you can pivot from your lower back, if you can maintain that lower back strength, that's the most important. Because like, especially in chainmail, it's because it's hard too. Again, like I didn't go to finishing school or anything, like I haven't been taught to be mindful of how I present myself.
You know what?
Okay,
I grew
that's
up
an
going to Jesus
exercise.
school, and they did that, and I still don't do it now.
So
But for you, it's rebellion, right? Like
it is.
well, maybe
We couldn't even put our heads on our hands like this. They're like, "Oh, sit."
no.
Well, you're thinking of finishing school. I'm like, we all have these, everybody involved in, you call it paranormal, we have these giant book collections. So I'm just going to do the books on my head, because it's not like I don't have enough books. But
and probably heavy hardcovers that can keep you mindful. Yeah.
Right. That was a great talk we just had, though. And
yeah.
I'm so, again, I like honor. I was trying not to geek out too hard because I have so much respect for both Isabella and Cassandra. I did geek out a little bit because I couldn't contain myself, but
I'm glad, even just for myself, that these are staying on YouTube, because I need to go back and rewatch them and take notes.
totally.
It's just
right.
It's like
yes,
a lot of knowledge dump, and the next one I am sure is going to be just as great. We're for those of you out there, we have the one, the only AP Strange making his way through the ether. He's here.
Amazing.
And
voting to panelist.
We know him.
And
we love him.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. There he is.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Good.
I can't believe
really
you're
well.
here. This is our last panel of the conference.
I know.
Again, what is time? That's been the theme all weekend. But anyway, I'm excited. We're happy to have you.
Time is but an illusion,
Very true.
And it's flying because we're all having so much fun.
That's it.
As
exactly.
long as we got floors to lay down on, we're
make anything a floor, right?
It's true. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome.
All right,
yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad you guys asked me to be on. I was a little nervous, but there's been so much great stuff happening this weekend, and I didn't get to watch all of every presentation, but I was dropping in, going, "Oof, I gotta step up my game here because the conversations that have happened this weekend and the presentations that have gone on are just top notch. So you guys have done a great job putting this all together. All three.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it. I'm gonna dip out and let you take it away here.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Here.
Are you good? Yeah, I'm sorry.
You need more?
Do you need more?
I just wanted to banter a little bit, and
sure.
Banter.
Gush
I
about being
get
part of a
that.
community.
Oh yeah.
We just wanted to give you space. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate. I deeply appreciate everybody. I appreciate these two organizers here for putting this together and letting me help out with it. I appreciate all the folks out in the chat and on Twitter and everything, and all the speakers. This is one of those things where so much, like you said, just so much high level stuff. And I mean, even we after the Liminal Earth presentation on Friday night, even for the tech panel, we're like, we need to do a PowerPoint. Like they were
like, we need 3 slides.
Yeah.
I need it's happening now, but I get that, and it's nice. It's nice that we all could be here together, considering what the circumstances outside are. Just people not being able to make it to all the cons. I see a lot of people, actually, I'm really happy. I saw a lot of folks that were just like, uh-oh. I might have to kiss a goblin again. I got a little...
Get the goblin.
Audio.
Make an offering.
Coming out right here. Here's our little guy.
Get a
Here's
biscuit
There's
and
some
honey.
goblins over here. That's okay.
Okay.
It happens.
Okay. He has another little
I think
kiss.
it's working now.
Okay, good.
Yes.
See it work. That's chaos magic in action, baby.
Right?
That's actual and authentic.
Well, I don't know. I just got to say it's been... All right, go ahead, Jason. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, that's a Kentucky goblin.
Oh,
too,
great.
So, yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Good stuff. Yeah, no, I just want to say it's pretty great. Just these past couple of years, I've just been on Twitter being a weirdo and kind of watching this community kind of coalesce, and just kind of a bunch of different people just from all corners, and they all kind of there seems to be a uniting spirit with it all. Just like really good people that have good moral boundaries and ethical qualities to them, and rational minds, very bright people with senses of humor. And it just seems like this all came together in a great way for this con this weekend. So I'm really happy and proud to be a part of it, and humbled by it too. So
well, thank you, and thank you for being
Thank
a
you
part
so
of
much.
it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're right, because the way this coalesced, as quickly as it coalesced, the people who are willing to be involved with this, the people who volunteered, the people who agreed when we reached out to them, like I've been in awe all weekend of everybody who has spoken. Again, we found a great group of people who are compassionate and kind and open-minded, and again, thoughtful, and taking a pretty hard stand about like inclusiveness in the community, and again, having diverse voices and opinions. And I don't know, my heart is just full of joy.
yeah.
And for
So
those
I'll do my best here to...
No.
You're going to be great. We all know.
You're going to be great. You're going to be great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'll dive into it. I did
All
want to say
right.
that the flyer for this thing, it was also designed by Jason. Jason is an excellent graphic arts kind of wizard. I'll go as far as to say wizard. So
Yes. He's our tech mage, so yeah,
Yep.
he's also the graphics wizard.
yeah.
It's true.
I am most well known for that and my Tenny on a Penny meme masterpiece from some months previous. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Penny on a penny,
Graphic wizardry. All right.
All right.
Yeah. All right, sir. Take it.
Okay, here we go.
Here if you need
Let's
us.
see.
So.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, sweet. So let me get my slideshow up and going, and we'll do the screen share here. Let's see. I don't know how to slideshow. There we go. Oh wait, I guess I have to do the screen share first.
Just do the screen
Bear
share
with
first,
me,
then do the
folks.
slideshow.
Yeah, bear with me, folks. I'm not a tech mage myself. Okay. I'm sorry, where is the screen share button? See, this is what I was afraid of. Oh,
It
no.
Right on the bottom, on your bottom Zoom controls.
It
Okay.
should be green.
Green share button? That's
Yep.
it?
Yep.
Oh,
You got it.
Desktop. Share. It's not letting me. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. Oh boy. Cancel. Okay. I think I'm getting my screen now, right? You guys can see that?
Yep.
All right, good. Let's see. Huzzah! Okay, so there's the graphic I was talking about. Eye-popping UFOs and bug-eyed monsters, fact, fiction, and in between. So basically, this presentation, the genesis of it, just to give you a little background here, is there was an art gallery nearby where I live, and they were doing a like a UFO art kind of thing, and I had approached them about doing a presentation for them. It was kind of an odd deal because the guy was giving me a lot of liberty with what I could do with it, and I would have preferred to have a narrowed down idea of what he wanted me to present, but the whole thing ended up kind of falling through due to Delta and closure of the gallery itself. And so the reason I bring it up is because I had originally kind of designed this to be something that anyone could enjoy, even if they didn't have a background in UFOs the way many of the people watching probably do. So I didn't want to have to go into really deep cuts that I'd have to then explain. Now that I'm talking to a bunch of weirdos, though, I kind of updated it and changed it around a little bit. So this will include a whole lot of stuff that you've probably heard before, along with other things, and kind of the whole idea behind it is that it's more of a thought experiment, right? Because I'm talking about eye-popping UFOs and bug-eyed monsters. That was the snappy title I came up with, and probably the part I labored longest over in putting the idea together. But the central theme of it is where you have fact and fiction, and fact and truth are two very elusive things, right? You have you have UFO reports, and the reports may contain facts, but they may also be entirely fabrications, but they're not exactly fiction because they're posed as facts. Sometimes you have UFO reports that match up pretty well with something from fiction, and then it becomes a chicken and the egg chase for a lot of UFO researchers to figure out, well, did this appear in fiction first, and then somebody saw it in fiction and then imagined that they saw it, or got the idea from that and decided to hoax something based on a sci-fi movie they saw, or something out of the Twilight Zone, or anything like that. And to me, none of those are really productive questions, because what we're dealing with is a sort of modern myth making and kind of an alchemical mixing of these two ideas, because fiction in and of itself is like a form of manifestation and magic, and it's bringing things into the world, and it's bringing things into the public consciousness. language, the power of words, a lot of a lot of the ideas expressed and maybe even unintended. We're going to get into some unintended presentation, have led to something within the greater mindset that creates a reality or a subset of reality or reality tunnels for people. So when you get to the chicken and the egg, the way I've poetically tried to phrase it before is that occasionally you have an egg that didn't come from a chicken, it came from a rooster. And then in alchemy, what you end up with is, and like mythology, what you end up with is a chimera. So it's kind of a chimeric reality where the origin of something is always going to be kind of unknown. Or it's going to be so weird that the only things that can possibly be born from it are going to be weird beyond description. And the marriage of fact and fiction produces kind of a liminal in-between state where you have facts, you have stuff that's made up, but there's an in-between, and somewhere in that in-between is the actual truth of the matter. So this is the thought experiment I'm working with. You can take or leave it. This is by no means comprehensive, because if it was, I would be here for 6 hours just reading a book that I wrote on the subject, which I haven't written, and I probably wouldn't even attempt to. So we're gonna jump into this, and hopefully I haven't already lost anybody with my meanderings here, and hopefully you can all see everything okay. We're jumping right in. Again, since this was going to be a local presentation, I figured I'd start with something local. Massachusetts Bay Colony. So often cited as kind of the earliest UFO sighting in the country was in 1639. It was recorded by Governor Winthrop in his journals of the early days of the Bay Colonies. So the story is that you have a man on a rowboat with 2 other guys on the Muddy River, which, I don't know, I can't read this map great, but it would be somewhere down here, somewhere south of Boston. And I think it extends off the Charles River. So be around there. And they see this great white light. And it was moving across the sky, stands still, and flames up. And according to the report, from what Governor Winthrop described as a sober and judicious man, that's something we can return to in a bit, flamed up. It was about 3 yards square, and when it shrank down, it shrank down to either the size of a pig, or, as I have it quoted here, when it ran, it contracted into the figure of a swine and was swift as an arrow going across the night sky. The men that saw it found themselves upstream, like against the tide, and they had flown out, and they had had missing time. And it might be like the first instance of missing time in American history related to the UFO subject. What catches my eye here, though, is we talk about flying saucers, and people love to cite Kenneth Arnold describing the saucers as having flown like a saucer skipping on the water. And other times he mentioned that it reminded him of the flight of like flying fish. But flying saucer is what stuck. It had a lot to do with what the newspapers reported. And as another brief aside, I hadn't planned on really mentioning this before, but that's the power of language and the power of who's telling the story, right? Because flying saucer, largely the newspapers were the ones that coined that term and got it to take off. They took what Arnold said without the context of it so much, turned it into a thing. And what Arnold actually drew was more of a chevron shaped thing that looked to me, it looks like, it reminds me of like the Batarang from Batman comics. But people started seeing flying saucers with the actual UFO saucer shape that um, because of that use of language, because of that term that they used. So that got me thinking, if if we have flying saucers because of the choice of words and the um, how the newspapers chose to phrase it, it would have been pretty funny if we had the same kind of attention given to it back then and we started calling them flying pigs. So it also gives me an excuse to use the flying pig from The Simpsons here as a slide. So so um, give me a second. I got something going on in the room. So yeah, so flying pig, swift as an arrow across the sky. As an addendum to that, will we ever really get to the bottom of what they are using the limits of language? And the answer to that is when pigs fly. So moving on, let's see, I have one that we can move on to. It requires like a certain kind of moving out of the language that we have and the descriptions that we have, because really, if we have a bright light moving across the sky as swift as an arrow, contracting into the figure of a swine, or being the size of a pig, it leaves plenty of room for any kind of skeptic or debunker. And I would, since we're on the subject of language right now, um, I would draw a line between those two things, because skepticism is a healthy attitude. It's a healthy way to approach really anything in life, not just the paranormal. But skepticism, or skeptics as a term, has lost all meaning in this field because people use it in a derogatory way for anybody that's just an out and out debunker, somebody that really just does not want the UFO subject to be taken seriously and will find any reason to shoot it down. So that is actually part of the case with this, because one of the explanations for this sighting is it would be ignis fatuus, or what we would know today as swamp gas. Methane rising up out of the swamp, causing a luminous phenomena, and that accounts for this bright light. I don't know that marsh gas or swamp gas would actually shoot across the sky like an arrow or cause people to lose 3 hours worth of time, but you have a very old document using really archaic language, and the language and the way we look at reality and stepping out of the reality that we know to perceive something greater, um, you kind of end up in this weird gray area, right? So it's also funny too, because the swamp gas, it's something that I personally like to joke about a lot on Twitter. Sometimes people get it and sometimes they don't. I really find it's funny when people want to jump down my throat about saying swamp gas when they clearly don't understand that I'm joking. But swamp gas was kind of like a pivotal thing in ufology. It's like a running joke that's been around forever. And it was a kind of a pivotal moment for J. Allen Hynek during the Project Blue Book days, with the Michigan sightings that he tried to describe as swamp gas, because he was kind of directed to come up with a reason to debunk it, right? So that was kind of a turning point for Hynek, where he got a lot of flack for that, a lot of pushback, and it's almost a transformative thing, right? So after that, he wanted to really figure out what they are, more than let the Air Force tell him to come up with any explanation other than aircraft from outer space or anything that doesn't have an earthly origin that we already understand and have documented. So so you have this transformative swamp gas moment, and in between, because I think that was 1966, 67, in between 1639 and 1967, obviously you had a lot happen, and you had the Kenneth Arnold stuff that I had mentioned, but also in the late 1800s you had the mystery airships, which is another thing with fact and fiction that people like to point to, is that sometimes the things that people see and what they're imagining they're seeing, or I wasn't something that nobody had conceived of, but it wasn't something common either. And the ones that were reported being seen in the late 1800s had these weird stories around them, and you know, people thought it was some crazy inventor that it was trying it out a lot of the time, but later, through a ufological lens, they are by definition, you know, unidentified flying objects. And we see this kind of shape prior to the flying saucer phenomena. You have what were sometimes called tubiform, tubular crafts, cigar shaped, and even right up until the present day, where you have the Tic Tac that is so entranced hashtag UFO Twitter for the last 4 or 5 years, however long it's been. It feels like 20 years. They love this little Tic Tac, and to me, it has precedence in the past. It's somewhere in between, kind of like a cigar-shaped craft or an egg-shaped craft. It's somewhere kind of in the middle of those two things. So you have these different shapes, and you know, it doesn't take very much search online to find whole charts of all different kinds of crafts that have been described over the ages. But it's worth mentioning that we have the saucers, we have the cigar shaped, and again, nowadays we're saying it's a Tic Tac because everybody knows what a Tic Tac is. A Tic Tac is a perfectly acceptable socially thing to have anytime. It's a breath mint. It's a refresher, right? Um, so it's something that you would take in your mouth for an icebreaker moment where you're just meeting somebody to freshen your breath, right? Whereas a cigar would have been way more acceptable back in the 40s and 50s and 60s when people were reporting cigar shaped crafts. The choice of language is very much tied to the culture and what's acceptable and what's readily available at the time. You don't really see people smoking cigars out in public like you would have back then. So people probably wouldn't immediately go to cigar as a shape. It's kind of archaic already. I mean, people still smoke, obviously, but you know, back then people were just chomping cigars on the bus or on the street corner or in a hospital. It didn't really matter. So it's all a matter of what you call it, and like, you know, I use this picture here because Carl Jung used it in his essays on flying saucers when he's talking about mandalas and the symbols behind what a flying saucer is. If you were to take a Freudian approach, though, sometimes a cigar-shaped craft is just a cigar-shaped craft. And as a corollary to that, to paraphrase Groucho Marx, I like Tic Tacs too, but I take them out of my mouth once in a while. moving on to the next thing, flying saucers. My personal favorite flying saucer here, I really don't think it can be beat. It's the George Adamski saucer from 1952. I have the info right there under it. The Venusian flying saucer. It's one of the scout ships, not the mothership. Um, and I threw this in as well because what were the donuts? I do like this. This article here appeared in the same issue of Fate magazine that had the Kenneth Arnold flying saucer story in it. So that's kind of, we're neck and neck right now with the origins of flying saucers. Uh, what if people called them donuts? I would absolutely love that because I love donuts. Anybody that knows me knows I love donuts. I think it would be really funny if if instead of calling them flying saucers, we always just called them donuts. I imagine how different your choice of language would be in that instance. Because I mean, we also had frisbees that were called flying saucers, but you would probably just call it a frisbee using a brand name now instead of flying saucer, because flying saucer only means one thing. Um, this flying saucer here is, according to some accounts, Adamski had admitted that this up here is really just the top of a Coleman lantern, one of those old oil lanterns. And then he attached some ping pong balls underneath, which this, I think it says, it has portholes, spherical landing gear, and the lens relight on top of the cabin, and some kind of power coil, you know? So using the imagination applied to mundane objects that Adamski put together to create what he wanted to claim was a flying saucer later. Um, that being said, we have what to most people's minds is an obvious fake here, but people have actually reported seeing saucers that look a lot like the Adamski saucer, drawing pictures that look almost exactly like that claim to have been unfamiliar with Adamski's material, and had not read his books or seen those photos before, which really is a real puzzler. If you're coming from the attitude that people are seeing things and then imagining that they see it in real life, if they're seeing something in a movie and then pretending they saw it in real, seeing something in real life and then it's really just a hallucination based on something that they already saw in a book or in a movie. If you had never seen an Adamski saucer, and they're pretty distinctive because a lot of flying saucers don't have this kind of ping pong ball thing going on, or the power coil, or the portholes. It's a very distinct looking saucer. If you really had never seen that before, but that's what you are drawing and saying you saw in the sky, then that raises some pretty weird questions, right? The implications of that are pretty out there. There's really no non-woo way to look at it. So what were the donuts indeed? We have a cosmic donut here. This is I think I just threw this in just for fun. But even still, you have the term flying saucer pretty quickly being replaced with the term UFO. So flying saucers becoming a bit passe, right? Because of association, honestly, with like the contactees and with people who aren't deemed credible, people that have outrageous stories to tell or share photos like Adamski's there, and stretch credulity for the masses. Um, Flying saucer sounds as funny as donut, really, at that point. So you have the term UFO, or as it was originally always pronounced, UFO, replacing flying saucer. And really that's kind of where we're still at today is people are all about UFOs. People are now just playing with the language again and saying UAP, um, which really is nothing new when you consider that the first two civilian organizations to look into flying saucers were NICAP and APRO, both having that AP in the name, uh, which is a great combination of letters, I might say so myself. The aerial phenomena has always been a descriptor that's a bit wider than just broader than just an object. So this umbrella covers things that could be plasma, that could be ball lightning or refractions of light or whatever the case may be. It doesn't necessarily have to be a solid object. So for anybody that really is thinking we're breaking new ground by widening this, it's just kind of always been that way. People have always used the term, and UFO or UFO, even though it is an acronym that just has an actual intended meaning originally and a meaning that you could pick apart a bit, is another one that's kind of fuzzy on what the meaning is now because it's been applied in so many different ways. One thing because really, if you want to be a stickler for it, you're just going to drive yourself crazy. A lot of people will say, okay, so in this movie, you had an alien come down in a UFO, and then he gets off the UFO and he grabs a guy and takes him back onto the UFO. And you're like, well, okay, this is a fictional setting, and you had an alien come down. Once it's landed, it's no longer flying. Since we know the guy's an alien based on the story, it's not unidentified. We can identify this as an alien craft, and on and on and on. So being a stickler with the language isn't really necessarily helpful to anybody. You have to just kind of expect and anticipate that language is going to evolve and it's going to change, and the meanings are not going to be as rigid as some people would like them to be. And really that's an uncomfortable position for a lot of people. um, it makes things difficult, and there's never really a memo that goes out to say, oh, hey, we've widened the interpretation for what this word might mean. This it's just, it becomes common usage, and the people dictate what the language becomes through their use of it. So that's why when we're looking at cases, and it doesn't even have to be that long ago, you can talk about cases from the 90s, and to me that's not that long ago. I mean, there might be some people watching right now that weren't even born yet, which just makes me feel old, but language might have meant something different, or words that developed during that time even have changed since then. So what you get into is language plays a lot into it, the fiction plays a lot into it, and what people are actually reporting and encountering. But also, since I said I was going to get back to it, the credibility of the witnesses. So it seems an appropriate time to address that while we're all staring at this delicious donut and getting hungrier and hungrier. The the credibility, we had Winthrop earlier describing the man as sober and studious. We always want our witnesses to be doctors or politicians or armed forces, or police officers. These are acceptable for nuts and bolts researchers of UFOs to um, you know as an example of somebody that is not going to be telling you a lie, somebody that is not going to hallucinate what they saw, somebody that's not going to be making up a wild story just for attention. And I mean, that becomes very problematic for a wide number of reasons, because you have to be a little bit flexible when you're talking about talking about witnesses and what you consider credible or incredible, or things that you want to believe or don't believe. So yeah, you need to be a little bit careful with how you approach that. Um, I'm going to pause right here for a moment. I don't know if anybody has any commentary, but I have to actually, I have, I have to go check my router because I'm having a little internet difficulty. I will be right back in a minute.
This is what happens when you speak about the forbidden topics. You get a little router difficulty, and then I'm over here kissing goblins to try to make it better.
Go grab a donut. Got a couple
This is
minutes.
definitely, if you have donuts available, this is your smoke 'em if you got 'em moment, but for donuts.
Smoke them if you got them.
Okay, my apologies to everybody on the stream. Uh, I think I had a little bit of a technical goblin issue there, but I think it's rectified now. We are we're reaching a point where I'm about to, let's see, move on to a little bit of a different arena here. So this is kind of ends up being in 3 different parts. I didn't know if anybody from the YouTube comments currently had any questions on or commentary on what happened so far before we move on to the next thing. So I'll hold for a second, just see if anybody wanted to jump in with a question or anything like that, because I've been going kind of rapid fire here, and I'm going to move into a whole different direction. So if I don't hear anything,
We've got a lot of just positive commentary here. Some expressions of concern that the goblins or euphonauts had gotten you.
Oh no! Was my audio cutting out?
No, you were they're interfering with your router. So.
Oh, right. Well,
And,
I think that might have a terrestrial explanation because when my cat destroyed my Twilight Zone bobblehead the other day, she also knocked over the router. So I don't know.
Oh gosh!
But I was getting messages on my computer that it was internet connection unstable, and I had to just go run and check it because I wasn't sure if my audio was getting chewed up or not. So
I think you're safe to proceed for now.
Okay, and nobody has any questions or anything.
I'm not seeing him yet. Everybody,
Okay, cool.
Every time you ask for questions, they always come like a few seconds later. So we'll save them for the second half of the lecture here. We'll get them all at the end. All right.
Yeah, we'll just do it all at the end. That works for me too. So, all right. Sorry, people. This actually is my first real slideshow presentation. So I hope everybody's enjoying it so far, and we'll proceed with the good stuff, flying saucers. So flying saucers over Washington, D.C. This right here is from Earth versus the Flying Saucers. It's a movie from 1956, and it has one of my favorite like big screen flying saucers in it, and that were developed by Ray Harryhausen. If anybody doesn't know who Ray Harryhausen was, he was he was an animator basically. He did stop motion animation for movies. I think one of the first ones he ever worked on was the original King Kong, but a lot of people remember him most. One of my favorites is like Jason and the Argonauts and the Greek epics that he worked on in the 60s and 70s with the stop motion skeletons and stuff. And The reason I include it here is because this is really only a couple years after we had actual flying saucer reports over Washington D.C. And the movie kind of culminates with a flying saucer battle at the nation's capital. There's a famous, or maybe you'd recognize a GIF of the rotating flying saucer crashing into the Capitol building. And then over here we have a cartoonist's depiction of a bunch of saucers going right over the Capitol building. So it's just kind of a neat juxtaposition of a movie about flying saucers attacking Earth, and it's a little bit on the goofy 50s sci-fi side. I wouldn't qualify it necessarily as a B movie because it's still pretty good. It's good as far as movies go. It's not really cheesy, but the Harryhausen flying saucers are certainly worth looking at. Even if you just had it on in the background and just watched them flying around on the screen, it's really beautiful stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny for me to think that this whole flying saucers over Washington, it's not like it's not known about. It's not like nobody talks about it, but it doesn't seem to be like a big deal, you know. It blows my mind because you would think it would be a huge deal, something that people would still talk about now. But within 4 years of that happening, we have a sci-fi epic with Ray Harryhausen's flying saucers destroying the Capitol right after. So we have this take of the saucers over our nation's capital as a threat, right? Which that's a continuous theme, and you have multiple ways of looking at it. You have the contactees and their peaceful contact with the Space Brothers, and you've always had the nuts and boltsy kind of UFOs are a threat to national security kind of angle to it, and then a whole spectrum of things in between. So the bulk of this part is, I threw this in because I thought it was funny. Looking for true stories online. It was actually part of a book title that this actually should have been before that last slide. Sorry about that. Well, anyway, this gets to what I was talking about with truth versus fiction. It's a little disappointing to me that anybody would type into a search engine, are there any true stories that are totally true? As a Discordian, I would say everything is true, even false things. But that might be an unintentionally profound question because it sounds like a very silly question. But every true story has elements to it that's a bit of fabrication or exaggeration, right? And every false story has some kind of glimmer of truth. You can have facts and you can have stories without them containing truth per se, but there is some truth somewhere, right? And this one just kind of cracked me up. Are there any survival stories in real life? And I would have to say no. Nobody ever actually survives life. So we're gonna move past that one because it's out of order. The day the Earth stood still. That's where I wanted to go. So the day the Earth stood still is where I decided to go with this story, and hadn't realized it before, but this is actually like a big anniversary year for this movie. I would consider that to be kind of a synchronicity in and of itself that I decided to focus kind of on this movie. And then a couple of weeks ago realized, oh wow, it's actually the 70th anniversary of this movie coming out. So yeah, 1951, the day the Earth stood still. So this movie really touches on some of the contactee stuff, and especially with your perfectly human looking alien Klaatu over here and a humanoid robot Gort. I promised bug-eyed monsters, but I do have to get out of the way the fact that a lot of aliens that were witnessed back then or purported aliens, Venusians, space brothers of all stripes, were depicted really just as looking like people. They look just like you and I. Usually better looking people, but like on the more attractive side of people, but people nonetheless. So this movie tells the story of Klaatu and Gort coming to Earth, and they have a message for mankind, and the message, to keep it brief, or to sum it up, is that Earth needs to clean up its act because we're too warlike, and they've enlisted enforcers throughout the galaxy like Gort that will that will destroy civilizations that aren't following the rules and being peaceful. So so right here you have the alien intervention and the idea of peace from the stars, and warnings from the stars. And in my research with a post I did a little while back, which I didn't manage to shoehorn into this at all, about Bugs Bunny and UFOs, George Hunt Williamson, the same contactee that had heard from space people about the Bugs Bunny cartoons, had also heard about this movie, and was told that the events and ideas depicted in The Day the Earth Stood Still are closer to reality than he could possibly imagine. Right. So right off the bat, you already have a connection to this movie to somebody that claims to be in contact for real with aliens. And again, like I said, we have a whole credibility thing here where George Hunt Williamson, in addition to being among the contactees, getting messages about sci-fi movies and Bugs Bunny cartoons, is also a very problematical figure in the respect that he was associated with basically fascist groups, you know, the silver shirts and whatnot, that prior to his delving into UFOs. And I think he kind of distanced himself from the there was kind of a divide between producers and writers and whatnot about playing up like a Christian allegory in the story, and making Klaatu a Christ-like figure. They managed to kind of subtly shoehorn in a Christ-like allegory by him assuming the identity of a man named Carpenter. So Carpenter being like, you know, Christ was a carpenter in life. And Klaatu ultimately ends up sacrificing himself for the benefit of the world, much like, you know, Christ sacrificed himself for our sins, or God sacrificed Christ for our sins, depending on how you look at it. And that's something we see crop up again later too, where especially with things like the Ashtar channelings and Ashtar, Sharon, and the Galactic Federation, and all these other ideas, is that Christ was actually an alien. You know, Christ was is an ascended master brother from outer space, and it has precedent before that too, where they talk about in theosophy. So now we have like a mix-up of occult and religious themes mashed up in sci-fi, along with alleged true contactees and people that are talking to beings from outer space. But it doesn't stop there, because next we have, all right. Next we move on to Albert Bender, and this is connected in a way that is going to take me a minute to get to. Why am I going so far ahead? Bender, of course, especially the people that came into this or are big fans of Hellier, know that the Bender was kind of the guy that started the whole Men in Black mythos and really got it moving. Like his book, Flying Saucers and the Three Men, and this is his depiction of a man in black here. Um, uh, the he was also started the International Flying Saucer Bureau and had a newsletter, and it's kind of like one of the really early guys getting into connecting with other people interested in flying saucers around the world in the early 1950s. Um, and Bender's an interesting character, and the reason he gets brought up here is that we have World Contact Day is something that was attributed to Bender. It was March 15th, 1953. Um, his idea was that people could telepathically send out this message to contact the Space Brothers, um, and reach out to them that way. And I think that's actually the event that precipitated the presence of the Men in Black in his life, as after he did that. But I have it right here. And tell me if any of this sounds familiar to you, because this is the message you were supposed to memorize and telepathically send out. Calling occupants of interplanetary craft. Calling occupants of interplanetary craft that have been observing our planet Earth. We of IFSB wish to make contact with you. We are your friends, and would like you to make an appearance here on Earth. Your presence before us will be welcomed with the utmost friendship. We will do all in our power to promote mutual understanding between your people and the people of Earth. Please come in peace and help us in our earthly problems. Give us some sign that you have received our message. Be responsible for creating a miracle here on our planet to wake up the ignorant ones to reality. Let us hear from you. We are your friends. So you may have put together, if you heard the song before, the song Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft, made popular by the Carpenters after originally being released by a band named Klaatu, which Klaatu, let's see where have we heard that name before. So we got Klaatu again in connection with Bender's telepathic message to the aliens, Klaatu being invoked as a band name for a band that writes a song based on a telepathic message that Albert Bender sends out, along with putting it in his newsletter for other people to kind of charge this message to people from outer space. Gets resurrected years afterward. This is 1953, only 2 years after this movie comes out. And after Bender doing that is when he meets the Men in Black. I included the Flatwoods Monster here in case anybody was wondering what the hell he's doing here. It's kind of appropriate because one reason I always love this picture is because you have this guy, and this guy seems to be saying, "Who put that monster here? What's that thing doing here? What? Anybody want to come get this monster? It's in my way." I think it's funny. But Albert Bender did say at one point, and it has been described, that the Men in Black can assume this human form or human-ish form, or they can take over a human body. So they seem to be kind of like formless, but can just jump into a body, which ultimately kills the person whose body they took over. But their true form, or a form they can take, is very close to the Flatwoods Monster image. I also wanted to include it because he is kind of a bug-eyed monster, and not too different from, I think it was called It Conquered the Earth. It was a giant kind of crab-like monster that looked like a teepee with teeth, like a big cone-shaped thing. It's a pretty bad movie, but it does kind of show you how some of these shapes and ideas and archetypes and images can kind of transcend the reality and the fiction, or maybe occupy an imaginal realm where they're never technically physical reality as we understand it, but do have some form of reality in living in our heads rent free and living in our nightmares. So moving forward, a lot of people have cited Albert K. Bender's Chamber of Horrors, his famous quote unquote room here. Um, I think Nick Redfern in particular talks about the fact that Bender may have been like schizophrenic and he could have imagined a lot of what he saw. And to be really fair, a lot of, you know, Bender's even his Men in Black encounters, he described as having happened in while he was in a trance-like state or while he was asleep. So it could have been dreams and stuff. But when you look at a guy who keeps a room like this, especially if he's sleeping in there, like what kind of freak lives that way? Well, this is my living room. I mean, you need some lights. So I guess my living room isn't very different from Albert K. Bender's Chamber of Horrors. But the point remains that people tend to think that you had a guy that was filling his head with horrific imagery all the time, certain kind of like occultic things, you know. Uh, may have even been dabbling in the occult or something like that. But other than like the space imagery here with the moon, planets, and stuff, there isn't anything to indicate flying saucers necessarily. But Bender was like a huge horror fan, you know, so he's a and if he did have a wavering sense of belonging in the consensus reality, perhaps he could conjure up something in his subconscious mind that he believed was a real thing. And I think from what I read, Alan Greenfield has noted the presence in the picture of, I'm not sure what he was referring to specifically. It might have been this one down here, of something with like actual occult significance that Bender might not have known of, right? So he might have accidentally dabbled in the occult by having basically a shrine, right? So you got all these black cats and the Wolfman and skeletons and skulls, um, and it, you know, calling forth something dark and ancient by including something there, which you know, if I were an alarmist type, I might use that as a moment to say caution, a little cautionary tale to anybody that likes to dress up their house in a macabre way. That, you know, one of those decorations might just get you in trouble because it might actually be haunted or something, right? But I'm not going to do that. Like uh, I'm not an alarmist, and I don't think there's demons everywhere. So if if it is a concern of yours, just, you know, learn about warding yourself and protecting yourself in an occultic sense. I'm probably not the best guy to ask about it, and there's plenty of other people you could. So that's beyond the scope of this here presentation. But it is interesting to think about, right? So just having yourself surrounded by these kinds of images, um, living in that space, as it were, and conjuring up either something dark and old and occultish, or you know, just your fascination with pop culture making you more suggestible. And again, we're back to credibility. Was Bender a schizophrenic or was he not? We always want somebody with a sober, uh, mentally stable state of mind. We don't need a schizophrenic. We don't need a weirdo that lives inside a chamber of horrors telling us stories. Um, I mean, I need that. I'm sure a lot of people here enjoy that, but that seems to be the attitude of the people that want UFOs taken seriously. Which, you know, if we refer back to the donut slide that we spend a lot of time on, is clearly not a huge. I would say the same kind of psychological response that one would get from looking at a skull with like the darkened eyes and the sallowed features and stuff like that. So it's almost as though uh, like the gray alien, the typical gray face has almost like a skull-like reminder of death, like a memento mori that is unsettling to people aspect to it. And as a final note for Bender and the Men in Black here, because I do need to get back to Klaatu, is it's also been noted in 1950 there was a movie released in the UK called The Man in Black, and I think again it was Nick Redfern that suggested that possibly that's what inspired Bender to uh, to invent in his own mind or hallucinate or for whatever reason experience the Men in Black that he met in his room. So moving forward, back to Klaatu. So this is a little cross stitch that my lovely wife actually made me like years ago when we were first dating. So based on the song itself. So that's one of the refrains in the chorus. It goes, "We are your friends." This is the cover of the Klaatu album. So that Calling Occupants appeared on. It's the album itself was called. Oh wait, sorry, I have it in my notes. They named the band after the character from that movie, and the album was called 3:47 Eastern Standard Time, and that's the time that the saucer crashed in the movie, or the saucer came to Earth in the movie, The Day That the Earth Stood Still, 3:47 Eastern Standard Time. Prominently featured there, and then so you had the Klaatu being invoked here with the album. The funny thing about this album coming out is that Klaatu was a Canadian progressive band that people didn't really know who they were when they first came out, and when this album came out and that song particularly started hitting the airwaves, there was a lot of controversy over who the band was, and people liked the song, but other people were mystified by it. And some other people started a rumor that it was actually a project that the Beatles put together. So this is 1976 now. The Beatles have been broken up for 7 years. So I think they had a couple different ideas for why that would be the case. If you listen to the Klaatu song, I'm not really sure why you would hear the Beatles there, but that's what people were hearing. And as this rabbit hole is winding itself around, we take a look at the Beatles. Here's John Lennon in the 60s, the first time he went to New York with a UFO detector that he bought in New York. I've read varying accounts that Lennon was really into UFOs, flying saucers, had lots of stories, may have had experiences when he was younger. And in the mid 70s, actually saw a UFO in New York during what people refer to as his last weekend, where he was away. He was separated from Yoko Ono and living in New York. He, from his penthouse apartment, was apparently so close to one that he could throw a rock at it. He could have thrown a rock at it, he said. And he did call the police and tell them, but I don't really think they did much in that way. And again, back to credibility again, Lennon said that he was very much sober when he saw it. So it's not too beyond the pale to think that, I guess, Lennon would have written a song about calling occupants of interplanetary craft. Also, in the early 70s, you had Ringo releasing an album where he himself is Klaatu, coming off of a flying saucer with Gort in front of him. The album Goodnight Vienna, which I guess he got that from John Lennon as a way, or I think the song that the title comes from was written by John Lennon, but the phrase "Goodnight Vienna" was something they would say in their Liverpudlian, as a way of just saying like, well, it's all over, that's the end of that. and so it was kind of a colloquialism on their part. But I guess these kinds of factors here were things that led people to believe that at least John and Ringo had gotten back together to record, and the Beatles were secretly back together but performing as Klaatu, which is a strange turn of events, and even stranger when you consider Lennon's sighting / possible sightings, because there are others who think he may have seen things when he was younger, and his interest in general, and Ringo's odd choice for an album cover here. This all gets back to, I was kind of surprised to find a lot of people didn't really know about this, but because I referenced it a few times and people were like, say what? But the origin story for the Beatles that John Lennon kind of came up with, when people would ask him, where did you come up with the band name? Now, what I've always understood to be the actual truth here, and here we go again, we're talking about truth versus fiction, as really for something as in the grand scheme trivial as where a band got their name from, that they were influenced by Buddy Holly and the Crickets. So instead of the Crickets, they became the Beatles, and then they changed that one letter just to, because like a beat in music versus like BEE for Beatle. But Lennon had this story where a man on a flaming pie came to him and said, let there be Beatles with an A, right? So I have that. I found out when looking into it that we got this image created by an artist named Letty Blackburn. I thought it was really cool, and it does seem to kind of like invoke this whole flying saucer and like a man coming off of a flying saucer, because really what's the difference between a flying saucer and a flaming pie? If you were to invert this and the flames were on the bottom and the man was still on the top, or the man was just to the side of it, you would have something not too different from, you know, Klaatu stepping off of a flying saucer, right? So so let's see, it's right here. So we will tell you where it came from. It came in a vision. A man appeared on a flaming pie and said unto them, from this day on you are Beatles with an A. Thank you, Mr. Man, they said, thanking him. So clearly, like, John Lennon has like a sense of humor here, and clearly kind of joking, right? And people have actually repeated the story of let there be Beatles with an A, or from henceforth you are Beatles with an A. You know, it happened in John Lennon's dream, you know. But everywhere I've looked for the actual quotes, he always says it came in a vision. And it's funny because this seems to be the earliest account of Lennon asking the question, and it's from 1961. So well before they were a worldwide phenomenon, before Ringo was even in the band, he had this like mythos for the band. And I think it was just a joke. It was just Lennon being a smartass. But I always kind of thought it was, you know, Lennon getting frustrated with being asked the question so many times. Either way, like I said, image wise and speaking in terms of visual rhyming and archetypes, shapes, things that sink into our subconscious in a certain way, for someone very much into flying saucers and the stories around them, a flaming pie and a man with a message, especially even amplified by the idea that it was in a vision, is really pretty intriguing through a ufological lens, especially when you're talking about somebody that later actually reported seeing a UFO and incorporated that into a song lyric for I think Nobody Told Me. Yeah, the song Nobody Told Me, he says, there's UFOs over New York and I ain't too surprised. So so that's kind of a fun little back and forth. This is what I was talking about at the top of this, is the way that the truth, if you think of the truth as a golden thread, is just transient. It's just passing its way through moments. It's going from one era to another, appearing in one place as a vision to a man, appearing in another place as an actual physical flying saucer that leaves physical evidence, and to another as an inspiration for a song lyric, or perhaps an image that they create, or just a great story that they can write down and have published in Amazing Stories magazine that will later get turned into a movie that will, along with a telepathic message to Space Brothers, become a song in 1976 invoking the biggest band of all time, which had already been broken up for 7 years, and leads us back to the Man on the Flaming Pie. It's I mean, there's a thread tying all of this together, and does it mean anything at all? Am I just like wasting everybody's time right now? I don't think I am, because this is the kind of thing I want to do, is to try to, because I mean, any of these little factoids in isolation really aren't that interesting to people, and it blows my mind. I'm like, it's like people thought Klaatu was actually the Beatles, but it wasn't. And John Lennon actually saw a flying saucer, and people will say, so it takes me slides and going through this and yammering on for 20 minutes to really explain how all these little things connect in different ways by an invisible strand that most people wouldn't really even try to put together. And even if they did, they would say, well, what's the point? What is the point? And the truth is the point, right? The truth. That's what we're getting at, is the truth. And really, whether or not the truth matters in a phenomenological sense, that we can all share it in consensus reality. Because the truth perhaps isn't meant to be shared by all of us for one single idea. A man on a flaming pie coming to any one of us might have meant an entirely different thing than it did to John Lennon, right? It's a very personalized thing. My whole thought experiment here is really to just get people pulling on the strings. When you find those loose strands, go ahead and pull on them. When you find rabbit holes, dig around in them a little bit, because these connections, whether or not we're talking causality, whether or not the things are supposed to have affected each other or inspired each other directly, because most of the time this is all just glancing. It's peripheral. It's tangential. It's not direct cause and effect. It's we're hopping back and forth in time. We went from 1951 to 53 to 67 to 61 to 76. We're all over the place right now. So 77, the Carpenters actually cover that. And as a final one, I was dismayed to realize I didn't include the slide, but there's a reference to it in Army of Darkness, the movie where Ash is supposed to remove the Necronomicon from the graveyard, and he has to say the magic words first, the sacred words Klaatu Barata Nikto, which that's the code from the day the Earth stood still. That was supposed to that was how you gained command over Gort, so he wouldn't destroy the entire planet. It's a funny little reference, and to some people it's a nerdy little Easter egg, and I always felt like it was a little joke put there just for me and all the other people that are big nerds into sci-fi. And it's worth mentioning here because that is there you go again with the occult aspect, the concept of the Necronomicon, which never existed prior to the writings of H.P. Lovecraft. Necronomicon as it exists in the Evil Dead trilogy is its own thing, really. But the idea that these same code words that Klaatu uses to control his monolithic robot enforcer are the same words that you would use in an occult setting in order to safely remove the Necronomicon Ex Mortis from its mantle in the graveyard and not accidentally raise an army of the dead, many of which I'd like to mention at the moment resemble the army of the dead born from the Hydra's teeth and Jason are in the Argonauts, to get back to Ray Harryhausen. See how it's all connected in weird ways. So the occult influence, again, we're back to like Albert Bender, maybe possibly accidentally summoning forth an entity, or dabbling in the occult himself, or George Hunt Williamson and his like theosophical bent towards fascism kind of roots that he came out of before he was contacting aliens, or the Christ-like allegory and the lens applied Overclat to, and later channelers like Tuella, the people that would channel Ashtar and talked about the end of days and having to evacuate Earth, applying the same kind of Christ-like thing to Ashtar. It's this whole theological, occult, and flying saucer um, ball of wonder, ball of weirdness that gets amplified and echoed through our fiction and through our art and music, and appears in the strangest, oddest, most absurd, and comedic places. For anyone who hasn't seen Army of Darkness, I mean, it's a funny movie. It's not horror in the sense that that maybe the first two movies were, but there's pure slapstick going on in that movie, and comedy makes great fodder for breaking through the barriers. And I've noticed this in my own life. I've said before, hilarious magic is the best magic, because comedy can upset the subroutines in your mind the same way like any other kind of altered state would, right? Don't know how many people would agree with that statement, but there are sometimes things that you would say as a joke, like a man came to me in a vision on a flaming pie, that might actually be some kind of, in some way, weirdly profound and tangential to other things. So in that respect, right here, we have a Three Stooges short. This is, unfortunately, it's a Joe Besser one. I think I'll reserve my rant about the Three Stooges and the different Third Stooge iterations that they did. But basically, you had Curly first, and well, you had Shemp first in their stage days, and then you had Curly, and then you had Shemp. And then Shemp died, and because he was friends with Joe Besser, was replaced by Joe Besser. And Joe wasn't very funny. But this short was pretty great, because Joe Besser is a witness, right? So he has witnessed a UFO. I think in the beginning of it, he actually takes a picture of an actual pan that gets thrown at him, and he has a flying saucer photo. But then he actually meets euphonauts, and we got our kind of like sexy lady euphonauts here, which is totally a thing in a lot of movies. This is a Mexican movie called Ship of Monsters, that we're getting more towards the bug-eyed monsters now, but it's another example of a trope of like beautiful humanoids, and especially like the the kind of like sexy lady euphanaut phenomena, which actually, once again, contactees did actually kind of report this stuff. If you think about like Howard Benger, Truman Bethram, the Antonio Villas-Boas case, where he's taken on board a craft and actually engages in sex with a female entity on board as part of a human alien hybrid sort of situation. I mean, this is all patently ridiculous stuff, right? Or is it? So it's really kind of funny when you using Joe Besser of the Three Stooges at the time, and Mexican sci-fi to make a point. But I mean, it's not beyond the pale for ufology of the time. To that point too, going back to Earth versus the flying saucers, this is the aliens from the movie, when we finally do meet them, they're a lot like Klaatu, and they're a lot like our saucer ladies from the previous slide. Uh, the reason for that is that they ran out of money. So this is kind of what I was getting at earlier as examples of things that happen through happenstance and maybe even weren't really intended. It would have been phenomenal to see these aliens in this movie, animated by Ray Harryhausen, like worm men, the worm men aliens. Super cool looking, but because a lot of their budget was spent on the amazing flying saucer animation that they did, and among other things, they didn't really have the time or the funds to make these aliens, and the aliens you ended up with were the more boring humanoid type. Which brings us to the more modern gray. As I had said before, like really looking at a gray alien face, you have the dark eyes, right? The not very pronounced nose, the gaunt kind of shape to it, which I think is unsettling to a lot of people, partly just because it is that kind of memento mori effect, the idea that it's almost like staring into a skull, something a little bit spooky. It reminds us of death. Over here we have, oh no, okay. Over here we have a still from the X-Files episode Jose Chung's From Outer Space, which has a send up of the image on the left, which is from, of course, the cover of Communion by Whitley Strieber. So a lot of people kind of will cite this as a landmark moment for imagery within UFOs. Gone are the humanoids and the monsters and the really crazy looking things, because now we're into the late 80s and Whitley Strieber's Communion is out with this depiction, which isn't even really what he describes in the book. Strieber has often been quoted saying, like, it didn't exactly look like that, but this image has had an effect, and it's resounded with a lot of people. A lot of people that claim to have had abduction experiences will talk about not even being able to really look at the book cover because it takes them right back there, right? And you have it here lampooned a bit in the picture where he's now smoking a cigarette, because that's part of the story there. And this episode of the X-Files, for anyone who hasn't watched it, is outstanding, with a million little Easter eggs for anybody into UFOs, and contains probably the best depictions of high strangeness encounters with men in black that have ever been depicted anywhere. And kind of plays with that idea of what aliens look like, because you have aliens that are actually Air Force guys in costumes that are met with a gigantic monster that looks like a Ray Harryhausen animation, back to Harryhausen again, named Lord Kimboat. And it's a really nutty episode in a lot of ways, but it's so beyond absurd, it actually mirrors the kind of stuff that you're encountered with when you're dealing with high strangeness cases. And you actually have characters in the show, in that episode, named, I think there's one named Valet and another one named Hynek. And it's also interesting to note that here we got kind of a full circle thing going on. Oh, the title of this book, since I mentioned Howard Menger, From Outer Space, is a reference to Howard Menger's book, From Outer Space to You. So we had UFOs visiting Washington in the 50s, actual reports with radar returns and people seeing them, and then movies about it. Saucers going to Washington, the idea about aliens landing on the White House lawn, aliens seeking audience with the president and other world leaders. And then all, like when you start getting into the conspiracy mind of the 80s and 90s, and the gray alien ideas, now you have Washington, D.C. seeking them out in the form of Mulder and Scully as FBI agents investigating it. So it's kind of a weird full circle thing, right? You have the government actually being more proactively looking for these things. But we're here to talk about bug eyes and monsters. So moving on, this is from 1919. It's a long lost film called First Men in the Moon, an adaptation of the H.G. Wells novel of the same name, which came out 18 years before that. Um, really interesting, like unsettling moon men here, but it's kind of cool to think that at that time you had this idea of aliens with enlarged heads, the really big craniums, the dark sunken eyes, the lack of other features and stuff like that. And from what I understand, uh, don't know what the earliest instances of this are, but the concept back then in pulp fiction, or before pulp, the pulp era really, but in Penny Dreadfuls or anything and talking about men from other worlds, is that the head was enlarged so much because it played with the ideas that were still relatively new and gaining acceptance of like Darwinian evolution, that we've only got where we are through the expansion of our minds and our brains. Specifically, our brains got bigger, so we became more intelligent, learned how to use tools and build things and have a civilization. And the idea back then is that any sufficiently advanced civilization that's well beyond us would have to have even bigger heads because they would need bigger brains, right? So that's kind of a cool idea and a weird way to look at it. But this is kind of the brainiac leader of the moon men here. Not exactly looking like a gray alien, but kind of you can see the um, resemblance a little bit at least. And a lot of people would also point to, getting back to the occult strand that I was pulling on before, as ridiculous as the Army of Darkness Necronomicon reference was, Aleister Crowley, just 2 years before this movie came out, had done his Elementra working. I think I'm getting that right, but that was where he got in contact with a being called Lam, Lam, and I don't have a slide for that, but I think a lot of people know would recognize it if they saw it, because it really does kind of look like a gray alien, but with sort of more human features. Um, just 2 years before this movie was made, so you have kind of like these two examples of proto gray aliens way before gray aliens were center stage. So uh, more examples of big-headed, bug-eyed monsters. Invasion of the Saucermen. I really love these guys. They're pretty great. But you have more of a antagonistic and monstrous, like demonish, kind of devilish, little impish guys here with this one. It says two hideous, bug-eyed. Well, it says midgets from Invasion of the Saucermen. Don't think we'd really use that term now. It's considered insensitive to little people. So over here we have another alien. Anybody that was a fan of Star Trek in the original series would remember that guy, because that was a big impression on me. Is this one alien, it appears in the end credits of every episode, and it seems like he's there inordinately longer than the other aliens that are in this little slideshow at the end credits. And as a kid watching the original series, I always felt like this guy was just staring into my soul while I was waiting for the next episode to start. So it's a variety of big-headed aliens. Invasion of the Saucermen was a 1950s movie again, and then of course the original series of Star Trek was in the 60s. and you get to kind of see this evolution over time, getting back to the evolutionary development idea. Here's a cartoon that I included because it's really funny to think, amazing, they got every detail exactly wrong. So if these are all just projections of our subconscious and just reiterations and recontextualizations of the same ideas over and over again, the bulbous heads that remind us of our mortality with their skull-like features, and the big heads that represent big brains and something bigger than us and smarter than us, something more advanced than us and perhaps more emotionally detached from us. Like, there's so much baggage that's carried with the gray alien appearance, and it may not even be what they are. They could be one-eyed, dumpy, big-eared, antennaed aliens that it look like, I don't know, like little goofy elephant guys here with many, many fingers. And to them, it's just really funny that this is what we came up with. This is the alien shape that we agree with. Now, I haven't even really addressed the fact that we're talking about aliens from outer space. And I sort of presumes the extraterrestrial hypothesis is the dominant force underlying all of this. That is not what I believe. So I don't really think that the shape is all that important. I don't think it's central to it. I don't think it's a blood and flesh and physical reality sort of thing. I'm not a nuts and bolts guy. Anyway, most of the flying saucer reports I've heard, they're seamless and don't have any visible nuts or bolts on them. So it's just really funny to think that things aren't only like weirder than we think they are; they're also weirder than we're capable of thinking they are. Things are dimensions weirder than we think they are because they're outside the bounds of what we could even possibly understand. It's not a particularly helpful answer to anybody. And people are really uncomfortable with uncertainty. And I think that discomfort and the unknown aspect of it, and the idea that even if you did have the explanation, you wouldn't understand it, is leaves you hanging on the end of uncertainty. That's not a comfortable place for people, and it might well be a huge part of why we envision aliens looking like this, and coloring them green as well, even though that's never anything that's really been reported. It's just a hangover from the little green men. So speaking of which, since we had goblins interfering earlier, I'm glad that I thought to include the Kelly Hopkinsville goblins here too. Another one that had a big impact on me when I was younger, like this picture I remember seeing as a kid, and just like that really stuck with me. It was always something that kind of haunted my mind. But from the very first reporting of it, this is an illustration that was drawn by a cartoonist named Larry Hill. He was saddled with the job of drawing the little man, or one of the little men that were attacking the Sutton farm, and reported by Billy Ray Taylor and Bud Ledworth. And you got to think, like, a cartoonist on payroll for the Evanston, Illinois Courier. Usually the dude's drawing cartoons related to sports games. He's like a sports columnist and a cartoonist, and he's just drawing little cartoons for the paper. And now he's got to take a UFO report and draw what it is that people saw, their encounter with humanoid or impish beings from beyond the stars. And it's great that what he comes up with is more like folkloric looking. It looks more elvish. It looks like a little leprechaun type of guy. And it kind of goes to show that, again, the language that's used, the reporting of it, the way the story changes over time or evolves through retelling is so dependent on who's doing the storytelling and who gets the message out there. And again, we're back to the whole credibility idea with the people involved, the family involved with the Hopkinsville case, were kind of considered backwater hicks or made to look that way. The implication was that alcohol was involved. Um, they were partying it up and got drunk and saw a bunch of imps. And I mean, most of these things aren't true. Um, Two of the witnesses were carnival workers, so that was used against them. They're just carnies. You can't trust what they say. Um, it's that credibility gap. It's a credibility problem, really. And really what it is it's a form of elitism and classism, and it runs across races and genders, but doesn't disclude them. In fact, in cases where women are reporting things, or other non-white people, or people of other persuasions, but they wouldn't even want to talk about it, right? Because here you have people discounted for the job they have. Like maybe Carney was the only work available, and uh, who's to judge a Carney, really? Because of where they lived. And I think people that knew them wouldn't have assumed anything about them. But if you're in another state reading about a couple of people on a farm in West Virginia, or Kentucky, or whatever, and you have this whole idea of you might have a different idea of what their life is like and who the people are that are reporting it. And if the newspaper or somebody that looks into it wants to say that they were drunk hillbillies, then you're less inclined to believe the story. And I mean, if your drawing and depiction is a cartoonish little leprechaun guy, that's not a whole lot to go on. But there's a reason this story has endured, and that might well be because there's some glimmer of truth to it, right? That thread of truth is running through it somewhere, and people have stuck with it enough to defend. I mean, many of the family members, at least the grandchildren that were in the house at the time, are still alive to tell the story about the Hopkinsville goblins. Um, so it just kind of reinforces a lot of the ideas that I've already talked about so far in this presentation. So kind of reaching the end now. We have more cartoony descriptions. Like I said, I didn't really get to shoehorn the Bugs Bunny stuff in, but you had Marvin the Martian, of course, from cartoons, and Marvin abducting Bugs Bunny before Betty and Barney Hill were ever abducted. But now you have like popular interpretations. I think it's interesting given the fact that as we moved towards gray aliens as the standard for aliens in the 90s, you also had cartoons like The Simpsons or The Far Side taking more whimsical, crazy approaches to aliens, and still keeping that flying saucer mentality. It was still like almost a nostalgia throwback back then, and it might have been kind of like the last gasps of octopoid aliens, or little round guys with eyeballs sticking off. This is the first appearance of Kodos and Kang in The Simpsons, and Sherrock the Preparer, who was voiced by James Earl Jones. And they reappeared in every Halloween special afterward. And then, of course, this is kind of saucers making a bad first impression. Wonderful, just wonderful. So much for instilling them with a sense of awe. So we've pretty much reached the end, unless I come up with a part 2. The end? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Wrapping up a little early. I did want to leave some time at the end for questions as well. So I'll get out of my little screen share here and back into this. And you can see my face again. So I hope everybody enjoyed that little presentation. I'm open to answering questions and stuff. if you guys don't mind doing just a momentary banter while I refill my water, because I'm getting a little
Absolutely.
parched
Yeah.
here. So I'll be right back.
That was so awesome. If anyone has questions, go ahead and put them in the chat.
That was
Vanessa's got her goblin.
I brought my goblin in honor of this conversation. The goblin
no.
also, though, is a gray.
Oh wow. Oh wow. No, it's funny. One of the descendants of the Hopkinsville goblin sightings folks does resin goblins on Etsy that you can buy.
Cool.
And she's really nice. There's some she's written a couple books that are follow-up. Yeah, I have one right here. This is in front. This guy hangs out with my Hellier goblin.
Love it.
Off camera here, but the little goblin that's in front of my radio also, this is something that she threw in.
Oh, that's so cool.
So but part
Okay,
two, I'm volunteering you on part 2 is the Bugs Bunny stuff someday.
Yeah, kind of a drag that I didn't get into that, but
We
that
do
will
have
be
a
good-
question from
Okay,
Mark.
cool.
A very serious question. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Is he talking about a African or a European swallow?
Yay.
That was the next question. He's not answering.
That's
He
because
just
I
says-
read Mark's mind. Mark is always reading his own mind, so I thought I would do it for him this time.
It's kind of you to join in.
Do we have any other questions from people?
I'm waiting. You folks get your questions in there. One of the things that some of your talk reminded me of with language and kind of making the reality, didn't Keel pull off something like that in Los Angeles by writing about like a UFO sightings, or was it him and Barker together? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't think it was Keel. I think it
Okay.
was I think it was Jim Mosley,
Oh, okay.
and it was in New York. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he had called in a fake UFO sighting, but then there were other people that were actually seeing it, like in real time. You know, seeing UFOs at the place that he was trying to hoax a UFO. So it wasn't like they heard about his. It wasn't like they heard about his report and then wanted to jump on the bandwagon with it. They just simultaneously started seeing UFOs where he decided they were going to be.
Oh,
But-
wow. Okay.
Implications of that are crazy, though, right? Because what if he
Right.
just had a premonition that they were gonna see him there, right? And that's
Right.
why that's what prompted him to make the hoax in the first place.
Or I'm just thinking about this little group, like of how people our depictions of Mothman have changed because of the pop culture expression of Mothman, especially kind of what you see on Twitter.
Mhm.
Yeah,
With,
I
like,
mean, I don't remember Keel writing about Mothman's ass at all. But
Right.
idea what
It's
that was
just like that happened, and now Mothman's also ripped though. I think we're all kind of obsessed with the keister, but if you look at the rest of that statue, it's like if I could be in the same shape Mothman is.
Yeah, Mothman lifts and does not skip
Right.
leg day. So
Well, I mean, that statue, though, where that comes from is, I think, the Frank Frazetta picture that was on
Okay.
the cover of. He did a cover for Keel's Monsters of Mind, Space, and Time, I think it was called, and then it got re-released later under a different title. And I think the Mothman picture that Frazetta came up with, and Frank Frazetta, for people who don't know, did a lot of like fantasy art and kind of like fantasy poster art and stuff like that. A lot of like ripped dudes with swords and busty women with clothes that are falling off and dragons and stuff like that. That was kind of his sword and sorcery forte, you know. So
That's what I think of. He did a Conan thing or something that I think is like the thing I associate with him.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, totally. It's totally ripped. It's totally the guy holding the sword aloft with like the lady clinging to his leg, and there's like a volcano blowing up in the background
Yeah.
or something. His
Yes.
usual Mei-Lu. So when I guess yeah. So when they were like do Mothman, he's like kind of I only have one speed here, bud. So this is what Mothman is gonna look like.
He could get a little bit more cartoony though sometimes. I think he did some work for Mad Magazine, so um,
Oh my gosh.
it's been a while since I looked into the Frank Frazetta stuff, but
Everybody, this is everybody's loving it, but I'm looking for questions here. Let me see. I don't know. Do you you're not going to address this alleged bison conspiracy in the chat at this time? I don't
look,
know.
I have made my point really clear on the bison conspiracy is that I can neither confirm nor deny.
That's fair.
And I've had enough of talking about it, honestly.
So yes,
I don't-
okay. Chat is going. Yeah, they're going to have to live with that. That's the final word on the bison right now. I think Mark and Stardog are just going to have to accept that and move on.
Yeah, I mean, like, if anybody wants to suggest that I'm secretly a bison, or that's just plain absurd, and I don't want to talk about it, and we're moving on from that topic. This is gone past the point of even being fun for me anymore. So.
Aw. I will not put bison horns on a photo of you then, which is I was just about to do.
I will
think
note
one.
that I have my foghorn leghorn glass. I know
That's
Stardog will
yes.
appreciate that. Yeah.
That's no.
Perfect.
Foghorn Leghorn is a great character, I think. One of the things that I thought is interesting as this stuff evolves, though. You know, the spooky room at that point, they're like, oh, look at this room, and he might have been evoking like black magic. And to us in the present day, it's like it's fun. It's just like, yeah, you've got some like, you know, kooky Halloween decorations up. That's cool. You know, the perception tends to shift over time.
I mean that's part and parcel of my whole thesis with this whole thing is just that their perception of these things change over time. I suppose that would have been people would have considered him a real oddball back then for having basically a Halloween chamber of horror up all year round. It's still not that usual. I mean, I don't think people here would be, people at this con this weekend would be too surprised to see that, And I mean, my living room is Halloween year round, but still, to a lot of people, they might get a little freaked out by it. So,
I suppose that is possible. Was that wait? Is that your bird army in the background? Is that who's? Can't even tell whose audio that's coming.
Sorry, that's me. That's my Blue Jays never know when to shut up. So.
No, that's good stuff.
Typical Blue Jay behavior.
Yeah.
This is the first I've ever heard of that early colonial sighting too, which is really interesting.
Yeah, there were a couple that were recorded by Governor Winthrop, and that was also like not too far removed from the time that the Tenny clan first landed on these shores. So I think there's a connection there.
I was
going to say
those are landed.
Those I got real excited because those are some of my ancestors too. I was like, oh my God, we're starting off.
Yeah, and I mean, I meant to circle back to it a little bit because there were a lot of different ways of describing lights over the ocean at the time too, where you had concepts of reports of ghost ships, because they always thought it was the souls of the dead from the ships that sunk in the harbor, or witch lights, was another thing that people would report, like witches. So you had ghosts and witches, and if you were to really like scour journals and historic accounts for those subjects and cross correlate them with UFO stuff, it would be interesting to see what you come up with, because like
Yeah.
again, it's just language. We're talking about lights in the sky. There's a lot of ways to explain that, or a lot of ways to define it with the language that's applicable at the time.
Mhm.
I like that. So if you could pick, if you were going to define the language for the next thing, we're going to, in the post Tic-Tac era, are we going to unidentified aerial donuts? What would you like to see
Yes, I
the
think
next?
donuts. I think donuts need to have their heyday at this point.
Okay.
We're just gonna call them donuts, or cosmic donuts, because
If we
cosmic
can-
donuts are good too.
We can shift the paradigm starting here this
Aren't
afternoon.
all donuts cosmic, really, because of their transcendent
Yes.
nature?
Well,
Yes.
there was a news article. Okay, in all seriousness, there was a news article not that long ago that posed that the universe itself may be shaped like a donut. Like it's got like a tubular form to it that's a big long circle that goes around with a hole in the middle. And
That was a joke
I
on The
forgot what-
Simpsons when Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, and The Simpsons keeps predicting the future, right?
Exactly.
So,
Mhm. Right.
Have we figured
I'm-
out who the time traveler is on the writing staff of that show? Is it Matt Groening?
A lot of the writers were physicists. That's the thing, though. It's like people talk about like both The Simpsons and Futurama. Their writers, the people they had in there were like from Harvard and Ivy League schools, and a lot of them had like degrees in advanced math or physics, so they can put these jokes in there and they work
Right.
on various
That's
levels.
amazing.
Yes.
I had no
There's-
idea.
But they
There's so
really
many
do.
jokes that people don't even get. There was an episode of The Simpsons where Homer basically like solved an equation toward proving the existence of the Higgs boson, and years later it turned out to be right. Like,
God.
That-
but it's
the amount of accuracy though on that show is a little eerie.
This is why we all love it.
Well,
Yeah.
it's on a lot of these things, on a meta level. For me, we've had a lot of talk about divination. I don't want to know. It's like I'm not watching The Simpsons, so I'm afraid something terrible will happen on the show, and I'm like, oh, it's 5 years out. But Rob is in chat. He's with you. He discussed his breakfast food theory of UFOs last night, and he is with you on the donut
awesome.
hypothesis. I am fine living in the donut-shaped universe myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all is donut. So
Right.
all glory to the holy donut. But that gets back to what I was talking about, like with hilarious magic being the best magic is that I mean, I bought a pendulum a little while ago and decided to make my own pendulum board, and it's decorated with like a donut motif. And it's just like I've really kind of embraced this like holy donut, cosmic donut kind of donut magic idea. Because it's ridiculous, but so what? Like ridiculous gets you good results a lot of the time. It's just unintentionally profound.
Of
It
course.
makes me laugh, so that's a channel to something. That's. I think it's all good stuff.
Well, I think too, it's kind of that like chaos magic sensibility of like getting out of your own head. That's the point of mantras and all these other processes. So you like get out of your own way, and humor and joy and like that trickster energy. I think that gets you tapped into something a little more real than most of the mundane stuff we deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's an argument to be made, even though I didn't really get into the Bugs Bunny stuff, that Bugs Bunny is like a great portrayal of that trickster kind of idea.
Mhm.
Like he's kind of an emblematic archetypal figure for the trickster. So to have that in the mix as well, it's just that trickster energy.
Yeah.
To give an example, I've told this on a different I don't know when I told it, but it's on podcasts. Is when I was researching Ted Owens, who would like control the weather with his mind and talk to space people. I read his book on how to contact space people, and when I posted a picture of the book on Twitter, I had somebody in Texas ask me like, you know, what predictions I had based on what the space people were telling me. And I just told them, like, they told me to watch out for extreme weather for you coming from the north in the next 2 weeks. And I was just joking. It was just an off the cuff thing I said. And it just kind of directing it back at them and saying like, oh, watch out for extreme weather. And like within 2 weeks, Texas got buried under snow like they hadn't seen in like decades. And that was when all that like power outages and people, and it was like horrifying. Like, it's like, that's not funny. But the fact that I made a joke that turned out to be 100% accurate, it happened like 10 days after I made the joke. So definitely within 2 weeks, I was like,
My gosh.
Oh my
and
god.
watching the
Well,
weather map where the wind patterns would normally push that my way up in the Northeast, and they just didn't this time.
right.
It just went straight down from Canada. And I was like, uncanny. That's like just doesn't happen. You know?
Right.
There's no way I could have predicted that, you know?
Well, we might be onto something, and this we have to bring our quantum chemist back on next time for this. He's Weird Lectures is pointing out that dough etymologically means to shape, and nut is the nucleus. So, again, you're tapping into that donut
Yeah.
energy. I don't know. There's something
Well, I'm
something
all
in
about it.
there.
Yeah, and it does. I mean, that might make me reconsider nuts and bolts then. I was being a little disparaging towards nuts and bolts before, but now that I know what nut means, you know.
That's it. Might be there might be just progressively deeper layers of symbolism to discover on that.
Oh yeah, yep. And I'm perfectly willing to be wrong sometimes and change my mind entirely tomorrow. So
That is totally fair. I think that that seems to be a theme too on this whole weekend, keeping your mind limber and being open and not being kind of dogmatically attached to the idea, whatever the idea
Yeah.
may be.
yeah, don't fall into the trap.
Hmm.
Keep a sense of humor, keep a smile on your face as often as you can. And so we've done all about handing out the serotonins this weekend. I think you guys have done a really good job.
I hope everybody's
you.
experiencing that too. That's very kind of you to say. I hope folks feel better, and I hope that folks that tune in and watch these later on, because I know we went like all day yesterday. We'll get some joy out of these.
Sorry, goblins got me again. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
yeah.
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 That's just the goblins are they want what they want. If they want to futz with you, I guess they're just going to do it.
Yeah.
So
Again, considering Mercury in retrograde, I think we've had a pretty good showing this conference.
Agree. 107,000,000%.
Yeah, I really can't believe. I mean, in the short time frame that you guys pulled this all together, the way things seem to have just gone off without a hitch is outstanding. Really, I mean,
Thank you.
I don't think
Yeah.
that ever really happens, and it's a tribute to you three and to all the presenters as well. You know.
Well, and again, I've talked about this the entire conference, but like this came together out of a sense of joy and out of a sense of love and out of a sense of play. And I mean, that's my personal kind of magical perspective. But I think when you're coming at any project with that kind of energy, things just work themselves out, like and in ways you don't expect. Like every single
Absolutely.
panel just blew my mind. Like every single person that we asked to be a part of this, we all like and respect. And everybody brought their A game to our tiny little conference that we put together in a month. And I'm just like endlessly moved by all of that.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's manifestation for you. It's manifestation out coming from a place of joy and well-meaning, and that's something that everybody can absorb and be part of. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I haven't seen any like arguments happening in those chats on the YouTube or anything. You know, like sometimes people get
No.
mean to each other and
Right.
public forum. That didn't happen. It's
Pleasantly
just like-
surprised.
Everything on Twitter, everything on Instagram, everything in YouTube has just been joyful and kind and sweet and gracious and thankful. And, you know, again, it's just this nice little feedback loop of love and play and fun.
Yeah, it's better than we allow ourselves to hope for a lot of the time. So
Yeah.
it's just
And-
hoping for it is worth it.
Yes.
I think we all needed it right now
Yeah.
too.
Right.
As we draw to a close, I have to ask you, as we've asked all of our guests, plug the things that you have to plug.
Okay. Well, really, it's just my blog, apstrange.com, and I hope to not disappoint people too much there, but I do not get around to updating it all that often. I try. Pulling this presentation together was it is you know, it took a lot of energy on my part, and just kind of you know, I would like to get more stuff up more often, but life does get in the way and things get a bit stressful, but I'm glad that this went as well as it did. But yeah, there's some stuff on there, and I will try to update it when I can. And then just follow me on Twitter. You can yell at me there. I don't have anything to sell. I don't have anything to sell anybody. So, but definitely check out the PanParacon site and get yourself a ghost fart shirt. Oh man, I didn't work ghost farts into the presentation anywhere. Dang it.
That's there's always room to expand, just like the ghost farts expand. There is time for next, because we would like to do this again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
You could ask some other people to get involved, and
Yep.
you know,
Yeah.
with a longer time frame and more preparation, you know.
Yeah.
Right. More than a month would be divine.
Right. It came up quicker than I was expecting, that's for sure. So.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, exactly.
We're like, oh, it's tomorrow.
Right?
Right.
Oh yeah, that was Thursday. I thought it was Tuesday, and I just had this moment of time whiplash where I'm like, no, you got to be ready tomorrow night for this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, it was a lot of fun though, and I'm glad everybody. I'm glad that all the people enjoyed it from YouTube, because I was on there watching all the comments go through too yesterday and the day before. So it's I think this has been a rousing success.
Thank you. And thank you for being a
albeit
part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for including me. It's really an honor to give my first presentation here. So
Yay. Thank
You know.
you.
yeah. So
Awesome.
okay,
right,
I guess
sir.
We can let you go and we'll wrap it up.
Yep.
and-
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank
you
you
All
again.
right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Friends.
Thank you.
We did
all.
it.
We all
Oh my
did
gosh.
it. Thank you for all of the praise that's coming in through the chat. Like
Mhm.
I'm touched seeing that. Thanks to all of the speakers. Holy smoke! How do we all know so many like smart, incredible people?
Oh.
Wonderful
They're
people
just
again.
absolutely wonderful humans.
Yes.
Um,
Who are donating their time and energy to our
Yes.
again our little project that we threw together again joyfully, but only in a month.
Right. And
Just
thank
amazed.
you, like all our friends that helped, ideas, moral support.
So much moral
Everything.
support because this was a lot. And also I wanted to mention too the financial support. So at the tip jar right now we're at $380. And I did not expect any of that. And again,
No.
all of that money is going directly to the speakers. It's just going to be split evenly and sent to everybody who donated their time and energy. Orders have been coming into the shop. So as of right now, for the Pan Squirrel shirt, we've got $50. It's going to be going to Bluegrass Care Navigators. So again, the more you buy, the more we can send over, the more we can donate. I know I've said this probably every time I've been on camera, but I am so moved by the kindness and the generosity and the openness and the willingness to talk and the openness to ideas of every single person involved with this project. The warmth, the welcoming. I'm seeing a lot of people connect on Twitter and in the YouTube chat, like people who didn't know each other, people who have found their community. And I'm just, my sappy little Scorpio heart is, Scorpio moon heart is moved, endlessly moved by this. So thank you all.
One last thing, think about next year. We would like to do this again. It was a lot of fun. We want to hear your ideas, people you think we should try to have on. Please email us, hit us up on the Twitter. You can bother me on my actual personal Twitter, no problem. We really had so much fun that, and we think it would be even better now that we're having a little more lead time. So if you'd like to be a part of the next one, drop us a line.
Yeah, and also too, like if you are maybe a little overwhelmed at the idea of doing a full presentation, but just want to talk about the weird and wonderful stuff you're into, I definitely want to interview anybody who is into the weird and paranormal and connect with more people who feel like they haven't really had community support. I feel like a lot of people this conference have talked about feeling outside of kind of mainstream or traditional, either occult circles or paranormal circles. And this Island of Misfit Toys is happy to have you.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I think with that, I am going to go collapse now.
Okay. Time for the floor. Time for the floor.
Yes.
Time for laying on the floor. Time for big naps. Everybody have a great rest of your day, afternoon, whatever part of the time you're in.
Yes.
Watch out for ghost farts. Go eat a
Watch
donut.
out for ghost fart. Go eat a donut. Take it
eat some
easy.
cosmic donuts.
And yeah, our videos, we're gonna, I think, repost them sometime this week too. They're up now, but we're gonna like edit them and put them up again. So take a look, watch them again, send us an email, click the links, send some tips, and have a good weekend.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.